Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is proudly brought to you by More Beer at www.morebeer.com.
I poured it in my mouth and it just wasn't going down.
My first beer was an IPA, the best IPA I've ever drank. Mostly because I brewed it.
If you have a scale that is good for measuring cocaine, you're probably good for measuring hops on cocaine.
You're scaring me.
I think the information is awesome and the audio sucks.
Make some sugary water, throw some yeast in there,
And you're going to drink good beer.
yeah, it's going to be good. It's fine.
God damn it, man. Oh, my God.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Yeah! For those of you live listeners, podcasters won't know this, but I changed up our beginning song today. I need a little more rock and roll after going to the Steel Panther show last night. I couldn't do Sunday Morning Coming Down, Tasty.
Too bad.
We did a little
I'm
Muse.
a little off because of that. Yeah.
Little Knights of Sidonia from Muse.
I don't even know what that means.
It's a bonus for live listeners. They get to rock out a little bit before the program.
Yeah, they do.
Podcasters have no idea what we play before the show.
Yep. Nor should they.
But that's okay. I'm not...
That's what I mean. That's all right.
Oh, another good Steel Panther show in San Francisco last night.
Yeah. Aren't they all really good, though?
They're awesome. I just... what a show. You know?
That's all you gotta say.
There were boobies.
There's always
There were some boobies.
There was some good glam rock. There were some slutty metal broads running around.
There were a lot of those.
Sam said he ran into a lady that he knew.
Oh, really?
From church.
Was she all slutted up?
Oh, she's kind of a...
That way anyway?
Yeah.
Well, as long as you go to
she's
church.
She's kind of a metal chick.
You can wipe that stuff away. You know?
She does. And I appreciate that about her.
Yeah.
I do.
You didn't come out to the show last night, Beef.
No. One of us has to be a responsible adult and watch our child.
Yeah. Sam came home with me and we just kept on drinking.
Yeah.
And I don't even think he left my house till noon.
He didn't. I was calling him at 10:30 because I sang in church today and I was like, I want you to be there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't go.
That didn't happen.
Nope. Called him at 10:30 and I was like, hey, where are you? And he's like, hello. I was like, I hate you.
You know, Bevo's the only wife and or girlfriend,
right,
that doesn't blame me for these things. Because it happens with a lot of people. You go hang out with me, and it's going to be a late night, and whatever else is going to happen. But usually, they don't blame the person. They blame me. Right. Doc's wife blames me.
No.
Everybody blames me.
You know what it is? Doc must not have had friends that he went out with before you. I blame Sam because I know that about Sam.
Sam's a nut job.
No matter who he's with, it's gonna be a late night. He's gonna do something stupid. He's gonna ask people about a lost dog.
Oh yeah, Sammy the nut job. We take Bart home, and at the San Francisco BART station.
Yeah,
Sammy sees a sign on a pillar.
Yeah.
A lost dog sign. Somebody lost their little Pomeranian.
No.
Right?
It was
Archie.
a service dog.
Archie, the service dog Pomeranian.
Not a very well-trained service dog if you lost it.
Well, it got stolen.
I think it got jacked. Yeah.
It got stolen by somebody riding Bart. Like the person maybe fell asleep or something, and someone stole little Archie.
Oh, that's terrible.
$3,000 reward.
Wow.
So Sammy rips the sign off the pillar, jumps on the train with us. We're on the last train out of the city. And goes running up and down every train car, asking every person on the car, have you seen Archie? Everybody. And I'm just waiting for someone to kick his ass because he has that stupid smirk on his face that Sammy gets.
Have you seen this dog?
Anybody seen Archie? $3,000.
Yeah.
Hey,
I need our. Hey, you need $3,000.
I'll split it with you.
I do often worry about the calls that you or whoever he's out with, the call to me, hey, Bevo, so Sam got stabbed tonight.
Yeah, we lost Sam in a knife fight.
He did try to start a fight with a drunk chick at Steel Panther.
He always tries to start fights with chicks.
Yeah,
What's wrong with that guy?
She was like shoving her way through, and she was looking like she was about to just uke everywhere.
That would have been great.
And she didn't get out of his way, and Sam I think he pushed her back or something like that, and she's like, don't, blah, blah, and he goes, whatever, and he flips her off. And
wow.
I'm like, and her friend is like, I'm like, it's fine, go away. Had to save Sam from two drunk chicks.
I'm just waiting for him to urinate on somebody. He gets these things in his head.
And it's the greatest idea. Yeah. Until the next day when he's like, why did I do that?
But here's the other thing about Sam. Like with the walking up and down the BART station train looking for Archie, a lot of people would do that sort of thing to show off and amuse others.
Yeah.
That's not what Sam does these things for.
No.
It's all for himself.
Yes.
It's all to entertain himself.
Right.
Like when he used to sit in my living room in the middle of the night, everybody else would be asleep, and he's calling up infomercials about like the Posturepedic bed to ask questions.
Can it support 15 people? I like to have parties.
Yeah, but he's by himself. He's only for his own entertainment. I mean, with the Archie thing, he left our car.
Right.
So it's not as if we were watching him. He was in another car.
Well, to be fair, he's trying to earn $3,000.
Right. Well, he needs it.
Yeah.
You got to earn money somehow. Well, I love the kid, and that was a good night out. Token went out with us.
Yeah, he happened to be in town.
He was one of two black guys at the Steel Panther show.
The other guy felt good about that.
Yeah, they're like, it's you.
What are you doing here?
Hey, Terrace.
Yeah.
Because they all know each other. Token is a good time. So he came out to the show. In fact, we had to leave to catch the BART, which I was very upset about. We didn't get to see the encore set. Token stayed. He's like, oh, hell no.
He was having a good time. He does that thing, where I don't want to say black people, but black people when they laugh, they kind of like put their fist over their mouth. They go, oh, son, yeah,
like that.
Like in the beginning, a couple songs into it, I lean over, I go, this is how white people have fun,
right?
So just enjoy it. He goes, yeah, and then a couple of times when the guys would make some derogatory comment towards women or something on stage, he would go, oh,
yeah,
he put his hand up to his mouth, like, oh man.
Token's fun.
You look ridiculous.
I do?
Yes.
Yeah, well, because I'm too light to do that. Yeah, that was a good pull. Terrace is always a good time, so good to see that dude.
Great show, and we got a great show planned for you tonight. Blake Crosby from Crosby Hop Farm is going to be on the program with us tonight.
Yeah,
we're talking about how to plant, grow, harvest your hops. Crosby Hop Farm's a fifth generation. Blake, who's going to be on the program, is a fifth generation hop farmer. They've been there since the 1800s, I think.
Wow. Working the land, living off the fat of the land.
Yeah. It makes me think like that what we do is so meaningless. You know what I mean? Like, you ever think about that sometimes? You go, this is my life's work.
Yeah.
There are people who they're working the land. They're earning a hard day's wage.
Yeah.
And what do I do?
Complain that the air conditioning's on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cold in here.
There's people like Kate the Great. She works for a nonprofit. She helps the environment.
Yeah, but nowhere local, so it doesn't count.
What do I do? What is my life's work going to be at the end of my days?
Yeah.
I will look back and I'll go, I made a bunch of people fat and happy
and
drinking
alcoholic.
beer. Fat, alcoholic, like marriage ruining.
Yeah.
that'll be my life's work. That's what I'll look back on. And
it's hard work, but it's good work.
It's good work.
It's the Lord's work.
I don't think
that's
so.
That's what you're doing.
I think that's a problem.
Why not?
I think the problem is that it's the opposite of the Lord's work.
Absolutely not. If that's how the Lord speaks through you, am I right, Bevo? If that's his vessel to communicate with you, is the radio show to entertain people and make people happy
and drunk.
Right? Who is to say that it is not the Lord's work?
Well, all right.
Who is
I guess,
to say that?
That's true.
I don't know.
Maybe you're an outlet for somebody who's having a really, really hard time at home, and this, they've been looking forward to this all week, to hearing our stupid voices
and drink away their sorrows.
Well, that's true. How many emails have we gotten where it's like, you guys keep me sane? My mom has been having her cancer, just got new cancer.
Her cancer got cancer. That's tough.
My dad cut her feet off and ran away with him. So
okay, stop.
She's
That's horrible.
Like terrible. But
I remember that email.
Your show keeps me going and not eating a bullet.
Right.
We've gotten those emails before.
That's a good point. I guess.
So there. I do it, and I that's how I justify Mike's. It's like, I make people happy.
Right.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll cut myself when I go home.
By letting them abuse and abuse you. By letting us ruin your life, you make other people happy.
That's
JP.
true. Yeah.
Your life's work, I think, is more meaningful than mine. You sacrifice more than I do.
On the mixtape show, Sally and I are responsible for someone creating a new life in the world.
Wow.
And they will forever be remembering, how was I conceived? Well,
is it a human life?
It is a human life.
Okay, yeah.
No, they just repotted azalea.
I thought maybe a couple dogs could have, I don't know. They're like, I like that voice.
No, it was this dude. He called up. He's like, yeah, my ex-wife's coming over, and I don't know if I should try to bang her. And we said yes. And then he did, and he got her pregnant, and they were getting back together, and they were going to have the kid, and it was like a good thing for them that they did that because of us.
I'd say you ruined his life.
Well, that's
he had to get married to his ex-wife.
There's probably a better one elsewhere.
But he was actually happy. So, all right, wait, great, whatever.
Well, he thinks he is. He's going to call back in and say, "You fucked me up, you guys."
Well, that's a longer show than we had. Yeah.
Right. Don't take any calls from that guy.
Right. All right. Well, Blake Crosby's on the program today. We're going to learn about rhizomes. It's rhizome season right now. In fact, you can go to Crosby Hop Farm now and order your rhizomes.
I think it should be Rhizome Sunday.
It's Rhizome Sunday here at the Brewing Network. And anyway, we'll get you all through the process with Blake. We've also got a special announcement happening a little bit later in the show. And along with that announcement, we'll be talking to
I'm not pregnant.
Expert Neva Parker will be on the program to help with our special announcement.
Yes. Who I believe is pregnant.
Doc's just rolling in the studio with his
Steel Panther t-shirt.
He hasn't changed his clothes since last night.
He slept in those.
He probably missed Bart and just slept at the station.
Yeah.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to thank our friends last week at Creek Monkey.
That's right.
They brought us over some appetizers during last week's show. Some wings and stuff. Yeah. So Creek Monkey right here at Martinez. Wanted to thank them for doing that. I'm doing another food experiment, another shop local experiment tonight. Food is supposed to arrive at 6:30. You remember what happened last week? They just forgot about it. We'll see what happens this week.
They just forgot about it.
I'm trying so hard to support this Martinez of mine. You think it's going to show up? I paid for it already.
On the line of you supporting Martinez, I was in Starbucks a second ago, and there was this totally normal-looking woman who... There was a perfectly wide walking space.
Yeah.
And I was on one side, and she chose to walk on the exact same side as me.
Mm-hmm. And run into you?
She couldn't get around me. She just stopped in front of me. And I was like, oh, my God. Justin's going to become one of these people.
Yeah, it's true. Are you sure just your ass wasn't in her way?
I'm sure.
Okay.
My ass is... Let's not even talk about it.
It's a little under control these days.
Under control.
You're wearing a tight-fitting shirt today.
It's it's not tight-fitting. I'm just too fat to fit it.
It's a double X.
The shirt's the right size.
Yeah.
You're
it's
not.
a medium, but it's still...
It's not supposed to be tight-fitting, but it is.
Is your circulation
fat
being cut
girl
off?
In a little shirt.
Yeah.
That's why we got them extra stretchy for you.
All right, so a lot to do today. Let me get through a couple of announcements so we can get through what we got to get to before we get to Blake Crosby. You can vote for your AHA governing committee candidates right now. You can go over to homebrewersassociation.org. You'll see a link probably right there on their homepage. Otherwise, you can go through the members link. And there are 2 spots open because myself and Fred Bonjour are up for re-election. And I would love to have your vote and serve you once again on the governing committee. You get to vote for 2 people. You heard all the candidates. If you didn't, go back to last week's show and the show before that. And I spoke to all 6 candidates. I'm the 7th candidate. And JP did a very compelling interview with me at the end of last week's show.
Was I too hard on you?
No, I think you're a regular Barbara Walters, I think. And if that interview doesn't make you want to vote for me, I don't know what will.
Did you cry?
If I don't get elected, I am blaming JP. You do realize that, like that I didn't say that to you beforehand, but I hope you knew that if it goes awry, I have to blame you. Because it's clearly not my fault.
No, well, why would it be?
Yeah, I mean...
Because that interview put you in a bad light.
So he was a little slashed. I mean, what the heck?
Yeah. See, that's what I should have gauged your mental awareness at the time and kind of backed off on my questions and lobbed softballs. But
my faculties weren't all there.
No, I was going for the jugular.
I think you asked, what did I do?
Yeah.
And
it was a real long pause.
You really stopped me in my tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, because of all the things I've done over the last 3 years, I couldn't think of just one.
No.
Is probably what happened.
Would you like to answer that question?
No. I think
thing you've done.
I think it would be unfair to other candidates if I got more time than they did.
You're probably right.
It's probably true.
On the air.
You're such a schmuck.
And how do you vote again? And who do you vote for?
All right, you can go to homebrewersassociation.org. You can vote for 2 people. You only get 1 ballot, so you vote once, but you vote for 2 people. And you know what? There's a lot of qualified candidates on there, and so I do encourage you to vote if you're an AHA member. I also encourage you to become an AHA member if you're not. We're going to talk in our news segment a little bit later today that Mississippi legalized homebrewing. And the AHA has a heavy hand in a lot of these things. They support the people in the regions that are making these things happen. They provide legal counsel. They provide I shouldn't say legal counsel, I guess. They provide expertise in the area. They'll speak on the behalf of homebrewers to legislators. I mean, the AHA does a lot politically for homebrewers in this country. So for that reason alone, you really should be a member. Mississippi, as we'll hear a little more about later, is and Scott's on the line with us too. Moscow's not in the studio, but he's on Skype. Hey, Moscow.
Hey, man, what's going on?
The 49th state to legalize homebrewing. And the AHA has a big hand in all these sorts of things. They're working in Alabama every year. So become a member, and once you're a member, then you get to vote for your governing committee candidates.
Isn't lynching still legal there?
It might be. There's a lot of weird things legal, yeah. I think you could still lynch a horse. I think that's what specifically the law is.
Well, they're very horsist over there.
So can we vote for 2 people or 1 person twice? Or
That's a good question. I haven't voted yet. I don't know who I'm voting for.
Well, you have to vote for yourself, right?
I do?
Well, you have to believe in yourself.
What if I don't feel I'm the most qualified candidate?
Then you should pull out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I should have done that back in the beginning.
Yes.
No, I'll vote for myself. I did that last time, I think.
I think it's perfectly acceptable.
But I don't know. I haven't figured. I got to go back and listen to the interviews myself. And
listen to your own interview, too, and then cast your vote.
That's a good point.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying listen to it.
Right. Moscow's up in Washington right now.
Washington?
At his folks' house.
Go to Forks.
And I heard a rumor that your dad started homebrewing.
Yeah, I've got a glass of his latest batch right in front of me.
What is it?
It's a Scottish ale. Not a Scotch ale, a Scottish ale.
How many batches has he brewed?
This is number 3, right? Third one? 3.
Good old Marty. Marty Moskowitz.
Marty Moskowitz.
Is that a super Jewy name? Marty Moskowitz.
I was just going to ask, is he Jewish?
It's right behind Moshe Rubinstein.
which he actually, his mother changed his name to Marty because he was getting made fun of as a kid.
Actually, I think that might literally be true.
Right. How's the beer?
It's good. I was texting Tasty earlier. It's thin. And so I was asking him for hints, what we could change for the next time. But otherwise, it's great. He's very anal about sanitation, so not any off flavors. It's great, drinkable.
I find it hard to believe that somebody else in Moscow's family is anal.
Weird.
Someone else.
Yeah.
Scott doesn't control the anus as tightly as he would like to.
Scott's OCD is only comparable to Doc's on this planet, I think.
It is, but unfortunately, it didn't translate into sanitation when I homebrewed.
Right.
I got to need to figure out how to make my analness go over to my brewing.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rate your dad's beer?
Well, I'm going to say given that it's his third batch, it's a solid 8. I mean, it's great.
Wow.
He's got it on tap, so it's coming out of the keg, and it's beautiful. It's well done.
Nice. Who does he drink it all himself, or does he have a bunch of beer drinking friends?
I think it's mostly him.
Because there are a couple types of homebrewers. There's your tasty homebrewer who's got a lot of friends and he brings all his beer around. So he brews a 5-gallon batch. It's gone before he's made it. But then there are people who are kind of isolated. They just stay in the house and they're taking 5 gallons to the head themselves in a week.
That's pretty much my dad. I mean, Tasty probably doesn't even drink any of his own beer. It's
I
all
rarely
just
do,
hot
yeah.
chicks drinking it, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
I'm ready to get them drunk than me.
All right, let me get through a couple more announcements here. I gave you a little BN8 anniversary update, our anniversary party in Philadelphia right before the NHC. It's on Wednesday, June 26th. We've got a great venue out there. It's a music venue. The music lineup is just starting to happen. I think the Trophy Fire is going to play.
I saw Ben yesterday, and he said,
they're on tour back east around the same time, so I think we're going to be able to get them in. The place we're having the party was designed specifically to be a music venue, and in fact, I think that they broadcast weekly shows on public radio, weekly live music from this event. It was designed specifically for this. It's a big area, a couple of floors of space, so we're still figuring out exactly how many tickets can be sold, but I will encourage you to do this, okay? And you listeners encouraged me to do this last year.
Ooh.
We will give BN Army recurring donors first notice and first dibs for tickets.
Yes.
If you are a recurring donor, we have you on an email list. The only way to get on that email list is to become a recurring donor. So I suggest you do so now. And the week of ticket sales, and I'm not going to announce today that ticket sales are going to start right away, but the week of ticket sales, we will send an email with a coupon code so that you are the ones who get first access to tickets. And this event is going to sell out, I guarantee you. So become a recurring donor. We'll give you first dibs. We want to reward you for your
money. Basically,
your donation.
For your loyalty and your help here at the BN. So
you're paying to get in early.
I'm not even really hungover today. My words aren't. They're
wordifying.
Yeah, they haven't wordified yet today. Anyway, that's your BNA 8 update. You'll get the latest information by becoming a recurring donor, and you're on that email list. And that goes way back. So if you've been a recurring donor for a long time, you're on there. Don't worry about it. If you want to just become a recurring donor for a couple of months, that's okay too.
That's
Any
fine.
kind of support of the BN, we really, truly appreciate it. It keeps us going around here, and we want to give you first dibs.
That's right. We want you to be first to give us money.
All right, a few more quick ones. The How to Brew the Perfect Pale Ale DVD is in the store now, and it's a fantastic DVD, if I don't say so myself. We're going to be launching another one soon, so it's going to be a whole series, and right now it's Matt Brynildson from Firestone Walker Brewery teaching you how to brew the perfect pale ale. It's based on the Pale 31 beer. And so if nothing else, you get this great Pale 31 recipe and a lot of tips and techniques about how to hop a good American Pale Ale. So get it in the store now. It's like $19.95. It's not too. It's like buying a book, right? It's like one of the brewing educational books. So for the same price, you get expert advice from the best. You can shop on Amazon by clicking the Amazon link right there on our homepage, and we get a little cut of that. You know, nothing really changes for you. You just click that Amazon link, and you go on about your business. A lot of you have been doing that, and I can't thank you enough. It's a great way to support the BN and generate revenue to keep us on the air. And my goal one day is that we'll be able to afford therapy for JP.
Me too. That's my goal also.
We should have a needle. You know how they do the thermometer on the wall? JP psychiatric thermometer.
How much would it be like every week for 6 months? And that's the goal? Like, what's the goal limit?
Like
what?
Like
every
how
week
much
for
money?
6 years? What are you talking about?
Well, but like you can't. I mean, but then what would that be? $125 times 52 times 6.
Yeah, do the math. Yeah.
Really quickly, has Bevo even looked at the laptop screen yet since she's been here?
No, she's eating.
She's just playing games and eating over there. Could you join the chat room just in case?
I'm in the chat room paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah, she did.
So, what are we going to work on curing JP out of first?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Keep in
That's
mind,
not for us to decide.
It will change the way that I interact on the show, which may make the show a lot worse.
Or friendlier.
Or boring.
Shut the fuck up.
Right.
It will never happen.
We'll revisit this idea. I got to get through this stuff so we can get done. Shop in the BN store, get the DVD and other things. iPhone and Android apps, just search BN Mobile. You can listen on the go. They're free. iTunes and the Android market, just search BN Mobile. Watch this live during our show, justin.tv/Brewing Network. Get all these updates and more over on Twitter and Facebook. Send show ideas, and I really encourage you to do this, especially those of you who think we're not covering enough of the topics that you want to hear about. We'd love to hear more topics from you. Send them over to scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Everything else goes to JP. Do we have a Twitter game today?
We do have a Twitter game in honor of our guest.
Twitter game is brought to you today by White Labs, our good friends at White Labs. We're going to talk to Neva Parker just a little bit later on in the program. Go to whitelabs.com and check them out. What a great supporter of the Brewing Network they've been over the years. What is our Twitter game?
Give me your best hop pun. This kind of goes back to, we had this kind of rant where we went off about people who say hoppy burp day, like my close personal friend Dave Howes.
Right.
Hoppiness, or, people who name their hoppy beers like Hop Bomb, whatever.
Right.
Especially with Easter coming
So
around.
didn't we do this one already?
Hop puns? I don't know. I don't think so.
That's all right. We can do it again. So, all right. So your best hop pun.
Oh, shit. Did we? Now I got to look through my whole thing.
I don't remember.
It might have just been a segment on the show, because I know that a bunch of jerks on my birthday put stupid brewing puns on my page.
Right. So that's what I
think we
want.
were just making fun of it, and then people just flooded us with hop puns.
I see.
So that's what I want. Give me your best hop pun. And it's a Twitter game. That means if you don't have Twitter, don't friggin' email me or chat me or whatever. It's on Twitter. If you want to win the thing that I'm going to send you, you got to do it on Twitter. You don't do it on Twitter, you're not going to win anything, and you're going to go on the douche list.
We have a lot of people on our Twitter account.
We do. We have like 2,000 or 900. It's pretty rad.
You're one of those two.
Those are fairly different numbers.
It's like a couple of tree.
I mean, that's what I was thinking too. Though, yeah.
We got a couple tree people.
I got one of those.
All right. What's your Twitter handle, Tasty?
Tasty McD.
Oh, there you go. Follow Tasty.
I think I got 2,200 followers.
I have 46 people or something.
How many do you have, Tasty?
2,200.
Nah, wow. You're sure to get lots of pictures of young hot girls hugging up on an old fat dude.
I got a bunch more yesterday. God.
Did you?
Have you broken this down into demographics?
I have no biases. Yeah, I'll take any.
Yeah. Tasty, I'm pretty sure that one's not breathing. I don't care.
Whatever. Still warm, isn't she?
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right. Let's do some feedback. I think we got just enough time to get the feedback in, huh?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Feedback
not a lot.
is brought to you today by homebrewstuff.com. Homebrewstuff.com signed up with us again. They were a sponsor not too long ago, and they are back with us, and I show them some love for that. I can't thank them enough. Sometimes sponsors... they're just kind of teasing with their advertising budget. A lot of them are small businesses and things like that, and they'll give us a chance, and then they get a great response. They got to pull back, and then they'll spend money again. And I don't know exactly the case with homebrewstuff.com. I'm just saying in general these things happen, and I love it when sponsors come back because it means that you guys supported them the first time, and I'd love to see you do it again. They sponsored us in 2012. They're a proud sponsor of the American Homebrewers Association, the National Homebrewers Conference, and the Great American Beer Festival. Marcus, who's the owner, is a trusted and qualified member of the BJCP. At their shop in Garden City, Idaho, they sponsor and participate in brew fests and competitions. You can check out their YouTube channel. It's filled with product information, detailed how-tos, and event videos. And all of their staff are homebrewers, of course, which you really want that out of your homebrew shop, don't you? They got to know what they're talking about. It's like having a beer radio show and you don't even homebrew. Often.
What?
Yeah.
Or well.
With 8,000 square feet of warehouse space, they stock all the products that they sell in-house without needing to use third-party shipping. And at their store itself, they sell over 750 craft beers right there at the store and boast an up-and-coming tap house. So they're really growing. Go check them out and tell them that we sent you. Homebrewstuff.com.
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
I got Steel Panther throat.
Oh, yeah, no, me too.
From screaming. Man, I was just getting started when we had to go catch the last train, too. I felt like I was just warming up. Either that, I was just getting real drunk.
Yeah, we got to leave?
All right, Leroy writes in, Yo, BN honkies. I want to send some beer to those Sunday bitches to be drinking up on the air. This is some good shit I got here. It's going to make Nathan's shit look like he's brewing like JP and whatnot. Oh, snap!
So really good, I guess.
That's written in the email.
Yeah.
However, I can't find no mailing address for Justin's shitty... Is this real? I can't find no mailing address for Justin's shitty little Martinez house or for nobody up in here. It makes me sound whiter reading this.
Yes.
Hook me up and I'll get some bottles out your way. I love the Sunday show, even that little weasel Torres who calls in a lot.
Weasel.
But goddamn it, you bitch has been taking a lot of vacation lately. WTF? Question mark.
No, you got to say it like a word. Would've. Yeah.
Don't worry, I ain't no tax collector or one of those hipster dudes on those single speed road bikes with no brakes and with neon green rims that serves those court orders showing up at your doorstep or nothing like that. I'm the real deal. Big black brewer. I'm new to Albuquerque from Orlando and been hitting up the local brew scene here. I think these honkies like me. Your boy Ben Miller, he's aight for a little guy. He makes some good beer, though. Damn good shit. But nothing like the shit I got for you, motherfuckers. I'm gonna rock that shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy's mouth is worse than mine. I got a Brett Bruck saison that'll make Nathan more jealous than a black man at a white sorority girl house party. And a Flanders Red that's gonna make Justin pre-jizz his little white shorts when he gets that shit up in his mouth. You gonna love this shit.
Is that really the goal? Like, would you be proud of that goal? I made a guy pre-jizz in his pants. Good for you, dude.
I know the Flanders is making the first round cut at NHC. I just know it. Peace, Leroy. All right.
Can I just
Send
say...
that shit this way.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That was nice.
I'm afraid to meet Leroy.
I want to see his picture.
Bevo really wants to meet him.
Yeah. Well, she has a thing for accents.
Right.
That was rude.
Am I allowed to name my kid Leroy?
No.
Yeah.
No?
Of course you are. Why not? That would be racist if
There's way too many Bubbas.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it Leroy or Leroy?
Oh, it might be Leroy.
Well,
it's just L-E-R. Oh.
No, then it's Leroy. Leroy would be L-E capital R.
I think it's Jaleroy.
I think he can spell any way he wants.
Right. He's going to beat my ass.
Yeah. De Leroy-ness.
Yeah.
Become
Rhonda.
Put a cap in your ass.
All right. Thanks for the email. Giles writes in, Dear hardworking brewcasters.
See?
Thanks. Finally getting a little respect around here.
Oh, no, he meant to send it to another podcast.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll skip it over then. I think it's awesome that I get 3 episodes a month. And if you give up your 1 week off per month, I'll personally fly out to Martinez and have you committed. I've been brewing for just under a year, and if you guys burn out before I really get rolling, I'm going to be pissed. So take the time off, rest, and make sure you still enjoy your job. Thank you.
There we go. You don't enjoy your job anyway.
Get it, Guile.
And for those little pee pants who want new shows, see, this guy really knows how to make his point. For those little pee pants that want new shows, I agree with you. Send ideas to Moscow. You know how easy it is. I did it twice. Anyway, keep up the good work. Shows are great. I wouldn't be obsessed with beer if it wasn't for you. See, that's my life's work there. I think he's obsessed with beer now. I could have made him obsessed with, like, feeding the hungry. But what did I do? I made him obsessed with beer.
Right.
Anyway.
That's what you're about.
Yeah.
So he's helping the thirsty. Move on.
P.S. JP, you're hilarious, and the show wouldn't be the same without you.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Right. You and Giles are saying that. Yeah.
Hey, that's 2. All right, that's how the world fucking makes change.
Spurtrax writes in, Hey, Brewcasters, seriously, who are these self-righteous... Why is it that sometimes I don't mind having the dirtiest mouth on the planet, and then every now and then I'm like, do I have to say the C word?
Yeah, you don't have to say it.
Just say...
These self-righteous C words who think they have the right to bitch about the Brewing Network. Justin Crosley is not your bitch.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, actually. The BN has to answer to paying sponsors and to a lesser degree those who make monthly donations. If you're not one of those, then shut your cockhole.
Whoa.
Well,
if I could.
The donors aren't lesser than our sponsor. Everyone's on equal footing here. Not every bit is a winner, and some topics are less applicable to some people than others. But why bitch about it? It's not like the brewcasters come down to your work and make fun of you while you're trying to fry burgers or give handies at a truck stop bathroom. Although we would if we could. But that's right up our alley. If we could show up at people's work and make fun of them, we would love that. P.S.
I hear a contest right there.
I will devalidate my opinions by saying I think JP is great. Adios, jerks. Spur tracks in the forum. Hey, thanks for the support, buddy.
You'd think I would be writing these in, but I'm not.
No, but you're the one approving which ones get written or read on the air.
Well,
That's a good point, yeah.
But I don't cherry pick them.
Almost
Nobody ever writes in about me anymore, I notice.
Almost every time I hear the C word, I think of that time that Moscow just kept saying it over and over again.
What? Cock?
In the show? No, the other C word.
Did you become numb to it?
No, it was just really funny.
Because
don't you guys just say that all the time?
No, it wasn't you guys. It was the British. The British say it all the time.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant.
But they say it with an accent, so it's okay to her.
They don't say it all the time.
Well, it's a segment of the British. I wouldn't put that blanket over. All British people say the C word all the time.
I'm sure.
Don't you guys just say that all the time?
I'm sure the Queen doesn't say it all the time.
Yeah.
She does.
Before Parliament begins, you cunts.
just goes on and on. Johnny ho, cunt.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Do you cunt take this cunt to be your cunt? I cunt. You may cunt the cunt.
Wait, are you saying cunt or cunt?
Cunt. The cunt, the cunt.
Can you or can't you?
You can't, you can't.
I can't.
Mary Poppins
Listen, you can't, I can't.
Would have been a much better movie if they all just said the C word through the whole thing.
So from now on, when the C word comes up, Bevo, let this be the incident you remember.
Right.
It might be.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. All right.
Clay from Salt Lake City writes in, Justin and crew, hey guys, love the show and all you're doing for the brewing community. I'm a podcast listener who only found you guys about a month ago, but have still managed to burn through about 10 months of shows already. My wife effing hates you guys, in all honesty. Yeah, hey, join the club of wives that hate Justin. There should be a wives that hate Justin club. You know who could be the president, Doc?
Yeah, I
do. You know who could be a flag-waving president?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, he says, you guys have tweaked my process and made it better.
But hate is such a weak word.
Yeah, it doesn't really...
It just doesn't describe it.
It'd be more like something like the I Want to Murder Justin Crossley Club.
No, that's a solution, not a...
Right.
Not a feeling.
That's true. Anyway, Clay from Salt Lake City, thanks for writing in. And that's your feedback, brought to you today by homebrewstuff.com. All right, I got to get us down to a break here. Moscow, do I need you for anything?
No, I'll see you guys for the news. Have a good interview.
All right, thanks, buddy. There you go. Moscow, living the dream up in Washington.
With his parents.
He is kind of living the dream, though, because...
He's got the whole basement.
Well, he got to go to Chuckanut. He gets to go to Chuckanut.
That's true.
Our Beer of the Year recipients.
Every day.
Yeah, but we got to go to Steel Panther.
Well, that's true.
That's the trade-off.
Yeah, it's a tough trade-off.
Chuckanut is the only one. Actually, they should be in running for dedication to personal success, maybe, because they released a press release about the fact that they won Beer of the Year from the Brewing Network.
Oh, that's true. They're the only ones in the history of that award who have given a shit that they got it.
Yeah.
I mean, we gave it to Firestone Walker like 2 or 3 years in a row. Nothing. Not a word.
We gave it to... Didn't we give it to Drake's one time?
I think Drake's appreciated it.
They did?
Yeah,
I mean, they not on the air.
No, of course
they told me.
Not publicly.
Not in public.
Not monetarily.
It's like the little old lady in Blazing Saddles who brings the sheriff a pie.
Oh, that cunt?
That's what we are. We're like, hey, you'll be kind enough not to tell your friends.
Yeah, the discretion not to say anything to anybody, right? Of course.
But not Chuckanut. They understand that it's a very valuable award. I mean, it's our opinion.
I told...
Where'd they hang that plaque we sent them?
Oh, that's a good point.
Probably somewhere where you can't see it.
It's coming.
It's on the way.
It's with their drunk of the week.
Behind the mash tun somewhere.
Abby's downstairs making it right now. She's drawing it. She's drawing it.
I sent an email to Patrick the other year when they won Beer of the Year, and he goes, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, cool.
Like,
if they get it like from Beer Advocate or any of those other places, it goes up on a press release. The Brewing Network gives out an award, and it's like we never did anything ever.
And I will say that
our opinion doesn't matter.
Our opinion matters so much more than people who run beer rating sites. I would say that.
You did say that.
I will say it again if I want. It's a free country. I don't want to right now, but not because you don't want me to.
I'm tired of people not caring about what we
care about.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's not like we just fell off the homebrew truck yesterday. We've been around for almost 8 years.
Right.
I would think that a little clout comes with winning the brewing. Is Bevo yawning? With winning the
I was yawning, but my microphone was off, so don't say anything.
I think she's unhinging her jaw like a snake to eat more pudding or whatever.
I just thought I was giving a really compelling speech, and then I see Bevo yawning in the corner.
You made me scared. I thought my microphone was on again.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Blake Crosby from Crosby Hop Farm is going to talk to us about how to grow hops. So stay tuned. Ask your questions. Hit the chat button on the homepage or call in 888-401-BEER.
You're listening to the Brewcasters.
On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months, I think, to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeast, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. For nearly 15 years, homebrewers have been served by one place in Michigan where you can buy yourself a serial killer grain mill. Adventures in Homebrewing. Did you try all those great Michigan beers at the National Homebrewers Conference in San Diego or Seattle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Did you see a great false bottom in your buddy's cooler or brew kettle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered that. And did you see that great custom-built brew stand? Yep, Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Since 1999, Adventures in Homebrewing in Taylor, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and online at homebrewing.org has been serving homebrewers across the globe. Check out their innovative 2.5-gallon keg with metal handles, great homebrew kits, and the fully adjustable Serial Killer Grain Mill. Visit them in Philly for the 2013 National Homebrewers Conference. Not going to make it? Check out all the fun of Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org. For a limited time, coupon code BNetwork will slam 10% off your order. Bam! Adventures in Homebrewing. Join the adventure at the Great Lakes Home for Homebrewing Supplies. Online at homebrewing.org. And don't forget coupon code BNetwork for a limited time. Join the adventure today.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of radio gold.
Right now.
That's right. Welcome back to the session. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got a lot to do today. We got some good homebrew information. Can you believe that? Can you imagine?
Wait,
what's that doing on this?
I thought we were a craft beer show.
Well, it depends on the week. It depends on my mood. And today we're talking, well, this is probably pro brew or homebrew, but particularly for homebrewers, we're going to be talking about how to grow your own hops with Mr. Blake Crosby from Crosby Hop Farm. Welcome to the show, Blake.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me, guys.
I'm happy to talk to you here. You're a respected man in the industry and a fifth-generation farmer. Do I have that right?
Yeah, well, Crosby family, we've been growing hops in the Willamette Valley of Oregon for over 100 years. So
wow.
It's been a long time.
Was there ever, in your youth, you're growing up on the farm there, and did you ever say, Dad, I don't know, I think I'm going to build websites for a living instead? Did that ever?
Well, it's funny, growing up, you tend to get this kind of stuff in your blood, I think, when it comes to farming, but especially a specialized industry such as hops. But, there were times where I very well thought I might just do something else, but I'd say it's very much thanks to the craft brewing industry that I'm so involved with the hop industry, and I think that's probably the case for most young guys that are involved with the hop industry today.
How so? Is it because of the different varieties that keeps it interesting?
I think that's a big part of it. I mean, obviously there's a great culture in craft beer, and that's translated in the hop industry now too, as far as just a lot of excitement, vibrancy, a bright future. Before we were kind of in a situation where most of our products were going to large, macro breweries, primarily in extract form.
Oh,
it was more of kind of a commodity business, which wasn't quite as fun. Especially when the only way to differentiate your product is through price rather than quality or diversity of variety, like you were talking about.
Sure.
So yeah, it's a lot more exciting now, and it's great to be able to engage directly with the consumers as well, which we never really were able to do before.
Is that all that you serve at Crosby Hop Farm as craft brewers?
Yeah, well, we're increasingly moving that direction, and that's sort of an initiative I started about 5 years ago. We were primarily going through hop dealers with a lot of our crop. We still do that to a certain extent today, but increasingly we're engaging direct just with craft brewers and planting varieties specific to craft brewers, and just moving that direction with a lot of the rest of the industry.
In terms of varieties for craft brewers, it seems like that is maybe one of the most difficult parts for a hop farmer now, in that they're a little bit fatty sometimes. Like it could be a fad of this particular hop. And but maybe more importantly, by the time you catch up with the demand of a particular hop that became the newest thing, it's like 3 years down the road, right?
Yeah, it can be. And, now we're seeing these hop varieties coming out so quickly. You guys, I'm sure, are well aware of it, but, I feel like there's new hop varieties we're hearing about almost every few weeks anymore.
Right.
It's exciting and it's interesting, and it keeps things fresh for the brewers, but it also presents a lot of challenges on our end, as far as, like you said, keeping up with these new demands, and also trying to remain on the cutting edge, so to speak.
Right.
And and there's a lot of investment involved with not only breeding hops, but growing hops, planting hops, and it's kind of a long-term commitment. So it's a challenge, but I think it's something that we're all kind of adapting to.
Okay. It just would seem that kind of long-term commitment is probably a little bit nerve-wracking, and I would also imagine frustrating. Have you had a particular hop where you've made that commitment and you've gone through it, and then it's a few years down the road and just nobody cares anymore? They don't want it?
We've had that happen on a small scale, fortunately.
Okay.
The nice thing right now is the craft industry is so robust and growing so quickly that it seems like if one brewer decides he might not want a certain hop, there's 5 other guys in line that are wanting to try it, or willing to compensate for any sort of shortfall. So I think right now it's probably not too bad, but should there be a slowdown of some sort in the future with craft and such, that might be more of a problem for growers.
Right. Okay.
But right now, it's like if you got a variety that's different, new, or just eclectic in general, rare, there's a lot of guys that are willing to try it, and craft brewers are understanding that they have to contract into the future now as well to get a lot of these hops that they're wanting.
Okay.
So
yeah, that must be helpful, the contracting out. I know we've had brewers talk about that, and it's a tough thing for brewers sometimes too. They're looking at these very expensive contracts well into the future, but it sounds like the only way to kind of meet in the middle between your brewers and the farmers.
Yeah, it really is, and it goes back to just how capital intensive hop production is, and really in order to satisfy the needs of brewers and also provide the needed security for the grower in making those investments. Most growers have to have a multi-year commitment,
right,
to keep a hop in the ground, and if there's demand for new acreage, which requires new trellising and irrigation system and all that, most growers probably are looking for at least a 4 or 5 year commitment to put in sort of like new acreage with new trellis in the ground.
It's an interesting comparison because we talk to brewers who do, barrel programs or sour barrel programs. Russian River is a great example. Yeah. And they'll talk about the commitment and the financial commitment to tying up beer to sit in a barrel for a year or two at a time, right, taking up real estate in their brewery and not actually turning a profit until it's done, right? Yeah. And then and you guys are that on an even larger scale,
Yeah, it definitely, you want to make sure you have a good relationship with your banker. There's no doubt about it. Right. There's a lot of upfront costs, and, the payback period is such that you have to have that commitment and know that you have these hops sold at, X price per pound for X amount of years in order to justify some of these investments.
Okay. Listeners, you can go right now to bcrosbyhops.com. That's bcrosbyhops.com, and you can read about the hop farm and some of the things we're talking about. You can also order your rhizomes, which we're going to be talking about here in just a minute. How many acres is your farm? Are you guys planting?
Right now, we're cultivating about 250 acres of hops.
Okay.
And there's definitely, expansion is definitely on the horizon. We're kind of situated, we're in Oregon, so Oregon is the second largest hop producing state in the country. Our situation is a little different than our counterparts in Yakima, though. And we tend to have a little bit less opportunities for expansion because we're in a much more densely populated area. For instance, our farm is situated only 30 miles south of Portland.
Okay.
So unlike the Yakima Valley or even Idaho, which is another growing region, we don't necessarily have as much wide open space, to do some of the big expansions. So, we're kind of incrementally growing where we can, but, land can be prohibitively expensive sometimes around here just because of sort of the urban sprawl, so to speak.
I see. But the region itself is well known as a rich farming region, right, in terms of the soil.
Yeah, the Willamette Valley is definitely known around the world for hops and a lot of specialty crops like hazelnuts. All the hazelnuts in the world are pretty much grown in Oregon.
Okay.
Blueberries, a lot of nursery stock here as well. So yeah, it's a very fertile valley, but the North Valley, which we're situated kind of closer to the metropolitan area, it's becoming a little more dense population-wise, and there's just a lot of demand and for land out here. Not only for population growth, but the other farmers growing some of the other specialty crops, that we have to compete with when it comes to procuring new acreage. So
right.
Just not as easy to expand here as it is in the desert of Yakima or Idaho. So,
was there ever a time in the Crosby hop farm history where you guys thought about changing what you grow to another product?
I think that's a good question, but the only time I know that we kind of really diverged was during Prohibition. I believe there was flax actually became kind of a staple crop during that period, which was timely, I guess, and part of that I think might have had to do with kind of going into World War II and some of the demand for textiles and whatnot.
I see.
But and growing other field crops like wheat or vegetable crops. But for the most part, the Crosby family has really been solely growing hops, and that's very much ingrained in our family history and culture.
And do you know much, now that you mention it, I guess I hadn't thought about that with you guys having been around for so long. Do you know much about that period for your family of Prohibition? I mean, I would imagine it was a pretty rough time, and you had some pissed off family members.
Yeah, I know a little bit here and there. Unfortunately, my grandpa Crosby has passed away, so I'm not able to get the first-hand accounts from him anymore, but I do know, talking about it a little bit years ago, that things slowed down, and of course, as with the brewing industry, there was tons of uncertainty within the hop industry, and most people kind of thought that the industry was done.
Right.
And
were there any other uses for hops during that period of time?
There's I think there was hops being used in various elixirs and medicinal type, maybe herbal kind of home remedy type stuff.
Okay.
Snake oil is what he's saying.
Yeah, snake oil.
Right. Yeah.
So, but nothing substantial that, would require a real industry or anything.
Got it. They just had to ride it out.
Today we probably are seeing more demand for other uses than even back then.
Yeah, that hop soap is really popular.
Yeah. The hop
You got to
candy.
try those hop candies too. From
oh yeah,
they're not bad.
Yeah. Actually, I've had both good and bad hop candy. We do commercials for a hop candy supplier.
Okay.
He had written and recorded our intro song that we played for years, and then he opened the candy business. And said, "Oh yeah, anything you need, we'll play it." But his are good. I like his hop candy. But I've had some others that are just you're like, "Oh yeah, that's bitter, like a hop."
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of the Cascade flavor. So.
Okay, yeah. What varieties do you guys grow?
Well, that's kind of a ever-evolving list with, like I said, all the diverse demands of the craft industry and how quickly things are growing. But, our staple varieties are Cascade, Centennial, Willamette, Mount Hood. We still grow a fair amount of nuggets, and those are probably the one exception to our model as far as those really aren't going to craft as much.
Okay.
Most of those are going through brokers and into export markets for, extract, just for alpha acid, basically.
Got it.
And we're growing Sterling, which is a really nice American hybrid of Sots. We're also putting some new varieties in the ground and working on some Sriracha Ace. I got some crystals going in this spring. Actually bringing back an old school hop called Bouillon that we grew 30 years ago. We have some demand for again.
You've heard of that one, JP? Yeah,
I have too.
In a lot of the old brewing literature, it's old.
Okay,
yeah.
It is old. Yeah, it's old school, and it used to be like the super alpha hop of the 70s. And
I see.
Anymore it doesn't compete on alpha. I mean, it's about 10%, but it has some aroma characteristics that some brewers are liking. So.
Okay, and acreage wise, you said like a couple hundred acres. What are you? Are you a mid-sized farm? Are you one of the larger ones in your region?
In our region, so, kind of this goes back to the tri-state dynamic we have here in the U.S. and that, I'd say 99.5% of the hops, all the hops in the U.S. are grown in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. I think, as we all know, there's some upstarts in other states, but, all the commercial production at this point is still centralized out here. Oregon is a little bit probably smaller as far as average farm size, and I think a lot of that, like I said, has to do with the kind of our layout here, geography-wise, and also just kind of our population being so close to the Portland area and also even the Salem area.
Right.
So I'd say in Oregon we're probably mid-size, being at 250, 300, right around there, acres. In Yakima, we'd be a small farm, frankly.
Okay.
Even in Idaho, we'd be on the smaller side. So, I mean, there's guys in the Yakima Valley that are growing, I know, upwards of 3,000 acres. So, I mean, that's a whole nother, playing field, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of dog does a hop farmer have? Or is it a Rottweiler? The hop every farmer has a dog, right?
The Pekingese.
Is it a Pomeranian?
I think it just kind of depends. I know on this farm we have a corgi, actually.
Okay.
Which is a little bit unique, probably.
Yeah.
And we also have a lab border collie mix.
There you go.
You gotta have a lab.
Conventional.
Yeah, it's got to be like a lab collie for sure.
I should have bet.
Corgis are herding dogs, and so that goes along with farming.
They think they're big dogs anyway.
They do.
I could have bet on that question, right? There is not a
Yes.
farmer alive that doesn't have a dog, is there?
Right. No. How many cats do you have, though? That's the question.
A lot.
Now, this you could bet on. Do farmers also have cats?
Yes.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
All right.
We got to keep the rats out of the barn.
All right, so so don't answer yet, Blake. What's your bet, JP? How many cats do you think Blake has?
I think Blake at least minimum 3 cats.
I say
They don't have names. I bet he's got more that don't have names.
I say he doesn't
That's exactly what I was
officially.
gonna say.
I say he doesn't officially have any cats, but there are stray cats living on his farm. That's what I think. But he didn't actually acquire the cats himself.
Well, let's say between myself and my parents, who are also part of the farming business, there would be 3 cats.
Ah, JP, the cat guy had it right.
But those are 3 cats that are named and that we call our own.
Okay.
Of course, there are the occasional stray cats that wander through the facility.
Right.
That sometimes end up getting adopted by us as well.
So we're both right.
So yeah, it's a hybrid answer.
You see how I ask the hard-hitting questions that our hop-growing listeners are really interested in?
Yes, I do.
Right. All right, we got to get to a break, but before we do that, Blake, why don't we introduce the discussion about rhizomes? And as I said earlier, you can go to bcrosbyhops.com right now and order rhizomes directly from the farm. And so let's just talk to me like I'm a dummy, which is pretty easy to do. Start me from the beginning. What exactly is a hop rhizome?
A hop rhizome is essentially a root cutting from the female hop plant.
Okay.
The female hop plant is what we use for production of hop cones, as they are the plants that produce cones, whereas the male plant, on the other hand, produces pollen, which is used to pollinate female plants and therefore produce offspring, which is how your hop breeding is done and how we get new hop varieties. But for the purpose of production, we don't want male hop plants, we want female hop plants.
I see. So, and how do you get the rhizome? You go dig up the roots and cut them?
Yeah, so usually as far as digging rhizomes, we want to be careful that we don't damage the plant when we're doing this. And the hop plant usually we'll wait till the second or third year before we actually dig rhizomes off it, and that gives it enough time to establish itself, produce a root system, establish a crown, which is kind of the heart of the plant, sort of the center of the plant. And that's where we're not going to dig. We're not going to mess with that crown. We don't want to damage it. And we're just going to dig around the perimeter and sort of around with what we might call as runners, these rhizomes that are sort of branching out. You think of like a tree, for instance, and kind of the trunk being the crown and then the roots coming off as being the rhizomes or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are you looking for in terms of the rhizome itself? Is it a thicker part or a thinner part? And how long does it need to be? What are some of the things you look for?
Yeah, so when we dig these up, it really varies by variety. There'll be some varieties that are just really plentiful, and the rhizomes will be like super thick in diameter, and they'll have tons of buds or eyes, as we call them in the trade. Other plants will be skinnier, less eyes. We have to be a little more selective. But generally, we want a rhizome that's probably at least a 1/4 inch in diameter. And we're also looking for a rhizome. Most importantly, we only want rhizomes that have a healthy set of eyes on them, which are those white buds that you see growing on the rhizome. And those eyes are actually what sprout and become your vines that will emerge from the surface of the soil.
Okay.
So you always want to make sure with your rhizomes that you have eyes, or else you're planting a stick that's not going to do it.
Right. And so that's kind of what I meant too for consumers, if they're not ordering directly from the farm, which you can do from Blake, but maybe they're going to their local homebrew shop too. Now, they can see the rhizome sometimes. If it's not a pre-order, you can go in and look at it, and that's kind of what they're looking for, is some little white buds coming off of it.
Yeah, if I was going to buy a rhizome, I'd want something. You see all different sizes of rhizomes, and they're going to vary in diameter. But like I said, I probably don't want something that's like pencil thin. I probably want it like at least a little thicker than that, 1/4 inch. And I also want to see probably at least 2, 3, maybe even up to 4 eyes on the rhizome. If you only have one eye, so one of those little white buds, for instance, if you break that off in transit or when you're pulling it out of the bag or sticking it in the ground, the rhizome's pretty much done.
I see.
Yeah.
So that eye has to be there at the time that you're doing the clipping. It's not going to appear later.
Yeah, you got to be able to, when you're digging the rhizomes, you got to be able to tell. Sometimes when we dig them, the eyes will barely just be emerging, but you kind of have to, have that eye for detail, so to speak, and,
and
notice
eye
for an eye, that the eyes are there's potential little buds coming through, even though they might not have sprouted much yet, depending on when you're digging. You want to be cognizant of that, because if you're digging up something with no eyes, even though it might look very healthy and robust and thick and like a rhizome, if there's no eyes, it's useless.
The eyes have it, I guess.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, now is each one of those eyes, does each one of those represent a bine coming up from the ground?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. And how many bines would you want to come out of one rhizome to actually cultivate, to grow? Do you want to do, say, all 4 if it has 4 coming up?
Yeah, it kind of depends on what you're doing. I think the home hobbyist versus a commercial grower, there's going to be kind of different goals there. But if I'm, a backyard home brewer planting them, I'm probably wanting, as many vines as I can get coming up that first year and put them up on some sort of trellis or twine or something.
Yeah.
Keeping in mind that they're not going to be fully established the first year, and they'll probably, they might get up to 6, 8, 10 feet. They produce a few cones, but it's not really going to be till the second or third year that they really kind of come into their own and are in full production, so to speak.
Okay.
And when they do get into that full production zone, commercially, most guys would put up probably 3 to 4 vines per string. Keeping in mind each plant has 2 strings on a commercial scale, so you're looking at 6 to 8 per plant.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because commercially, if you put up too many vines, the hops can be so vigorous that they actually kind of shade out, and you get too much foliage, and you have a lot of nice brushy hop that might look cool, but you're not really going to get full cone production because you're not getting that optimum amount of sunlight on them either.
That makes sense. Well, this is good info, because I thought I had heard in the past that you you kind of want to clip away some of them and only keep, 1 or 2 of the healthiest looking vines so that that's where all the nutrients go and that's what feeds it. But what you're saying is commercially, you guys could really have a lot of vines coming up, and the problem is not those getting nutrients, it's them getting sunlight.
Yeah, it just kind of becomes a mess. I mean, hops can very much, be grow like a weed essentially, and they just overtake an area. And you have to, especially depending on the variety, but especially the more vigorous varieties. I mean, if we don't trim back in the spring the vines that we're going to put up, for instance, on a heavy variety like Nugget, let's say we just put them all up, which could be 10 per string. I mean, it'd be probably very well have the whole yard collapse on you in the summertime because of the weight even.
Wow. Okay.
So it's a weight factor on the trellis, and also you don't want to shade out either.
Okay.
But in the backyard, home hobbyists, does it really matter? I don't know, but it might just be better to put up as many as you can and
get them going.
Get them up, and maybe you have a fencing type deal where you're having a bunch going all different directions and stuff. So it's kind of different that way. But
okay,
would you suggest homeowners or home brewers maybe plant in a container, have a wine barrel, something like that, so you don't actually plant it in the ground?
Yeah, that's an option. I think growers have said over the years that have done that, that you're not going to reach your full potential. You'd think, that's plenty of space, but the hop plant, for whatever reason, it'll kind of max itself out even in a container that big, and it, it wouldn't be viable on a commercial scale, but again, for the home brewer, it probably is totally fine.
Okay.
Different goals,
Well, definitely, I know part of where this question comes from, Doc, is I've heard of renting home brewers, right? They rent. Maybe there's an apartment,
right,
and they want to grow even on their back patio. You take them with you. Just because you're in an apartment doesn't mean you can't.
Or having to move them. Just to a different, more sunny place
in the yard. Yeah.
Or at the end when you don't want them anymore, and you can't get rid of them.
Right.
It'll totally work.
Okay.
It works real well. Out front of Moorbeer, the Cascades are growing are like 10 years old, and they're in wine barrels, and they go the full height, the 20 feet up.
Yeah, they're beautiful. And they're thick. They cover that whole front wall at Moorbeer. Yeah.
So definitely, but like Blake's saying, probably not for commercial use. But why would you do that anyway as a commercial?
Yeah,
it's
for
totally home.
Home brewer, you're totally
okay.
I think you should do it.
All right. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. I want to talk more. We'll talk about planting the rhizomes more and do some fertilizer stuff. I got some questions from the chat room in front of me. If you've got questions yourself to ask Blake, just hit the chat button on the homepage, or you can call us up, 888-401-BEER. We're going to talk about planting, fertilizing, growing, harvesting, the whole shebang so that you can grow your own hops at home. Go to bcrosbyhops.com right now, and you can order your rhizomes. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
I-10, huh? Getting tired of that same old handcrafted beverages day after day? Are you looking for something with more diversity than your normal beer? Fellow BN Army member Michael Fairbrother, owner of Moonlight Meadery, is reviving an entire beverage category. Mead!
The meads at Moonlight Meadery are all handcrafted from the finest honey on the market and are perfect for any occasion, like weddings, baby showers, or...
Excuse me? Mead is not your average girly drink, mister, and Moonlight Meads can be enjoyed anytime, anywhere. Football games with the guys.
Yeah!
Barbecues with the guys.
Yeah!
Operating power tools with the guys.
Yeah! Actually, sir, that's really dangerous.
Good point, son.
Next time you have something to celebrate or are just looking for a new tasting experience, pick up a bottle of mead from Moonlight Meadery. Now in 21 states, making over 60 varieties of mead from dry, semi-sweet to sweet.
Break out of that craft beer lull. Grab a bottle of Moonlight Mead. Can't find some? Then ask. No, make that demand some.
Yeah!
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters, this is Jamel Zanishev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer. When it spits resin in your face, it makes you cry, Uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping.
Well, yeah, but...
the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Tuned into this session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. Go to bcrosbyhops.com. You can check out the family farm of the dude we're talking to right now, which is Blake Crosby. Also, you can watch this show live right now on justin.tv/brewing network. So, Blake, let's talk more about planting rhizomes, if we can. A couple questions that came through from the chat room, which I will get to. So, here's what we've done. We've ordered our rhizome, preferably from a reputable supplier like the Crosby Hop Farm, and it arrives. What do I do with it? And when is it going to arrive? When is the perfect time to get these and plant?
Yeah, so... it kind of really, as far as when suppliers will ship the rhizomes, it kind of depends on the region. Right now, we just started shipping a lot of rhizomes here in the western United States, but a lot of our customers in the Midwest and the East even are wanting us to hold off for a while just because of, weather being cold and, some of these guys even still have snow on the ground.
Right.
So, generally we recommend planting the rhizomes, right after kind of the last frost in your area. That kind of ensures that, the rhizome doesn't die, essentially. Although hops are pretty hardy, and most of the time even a mild frost with a little rhizome in the ground probably won't kill it, but, it's always better to be safe than sorry.
So if I get my rhizome from you, say, now, and my last frost isn't gone for another couple weeks, what can I do with that rhizome to keep it alive?
Yeah, so like what we do here at the farm is we keep the rhizomes. Like we've dug all the rhizomes already, and we're keeping them in our cooler here at about 35 degrees, which is basically just a refrigerator. We'll ship them, the retail orders, in basically a small, like, Ziploc baggie, and that baggie, the rhizome will be moist. We don't want to have it drenched, but we want to have it kind of fresh and moist, and we'll seal that baggie, and you just basically can put that in your refrigerator at home and monitor it. The rhizomes, if left in the fridge for too long, or if they're too wet when they're in the bag, they will start to mold a little bit, and a lot of people freak out about mold, rightfully so, but frankly, we've never seen mold actually hurt the rhizome, within reason. If you leave them in there too long, they could rot. But generally, we just tell people if they do get a little moldy while you're waiting to put them in the ground, you just wash the mold off if you like,
okay,
and plant them. But yeah, keeping them in the fridge works fine, and we've had rhizomes in our cooler. I'm amazed sometimes how long they'll hold. I've had rhizomes stay good till even June that I had dug in February. So
okay,
yeah.
And that was, speaking of digging them, one of our listeners did write in, I guess he's probably already growing some hops. He wanted to know when he should cut his own rhizomes. When's the period of time to do that?
Yeah, so usually we'll cut the rhizomes. You want the hop plant needs to go into dormancy. And in order for it to go into dormancy, it has to be, exposed to below freezing conditions, especially. That really kind of helps reset the clock. The hop plant kind of has its internal perennial clock. So we want to make sure when we dig rhizomes that we've allowed the hop plant to do that and sort of go into reset mode so it's ready for the next growing season. Usually in our area, we're safe to be digging in, mid to late January on the early side, and we can dig all the way through towards the end of March usually. Usually by about now that the hops are starting to come out of the ground, and they're kind of starting to grow quite a bit, so it's harder to get a lot of rhizomes off them because they've already got a bunch of shoots that are emerging and broken through the soil. But, so yeah, I'd say depending on where you're at, late January, February, any time in there is a plenty safe time to be cutting rhizomes.
Okay.
Well, what about people that live in like a more temperate climate like us? We barely ever go below freezing.
Yeah.
We're good all year round, bro.
All year round. There you go. Yeah, I'm jealous.
But like you said, resetting the clock.
I think probably the same rule would still apply. I'm not saying that the hop plant necessarily needs to, experience a deep freeze for extended period, but usually, you wouldn't want to like cut them in October or November or anything.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think January, February, March, I think there's a lot of latitude there. I wouldn't be too worried about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about planting them a little bit. Two questions. Both have come through the chat room. How deep do we plant the rhizome in the ground, and how far apart would we plant each one if we bought multiple rhizomes?
Yeah, so the rhizomes that we ship out, and most of the rhizomes I see in the industry are usually anywhere from 4 to 6 inches in length.
Okay.
So we're usually putting about 1 inch to 2 inches of loose soil on top when we're planting the rhizome, which means on average our hole we want to dig might be about 6 inches deep. So let's say we have a 4-inch rhizome approximately, and we have a 6-inch hole. We're going to want to plant that rhizome in an upright fashion, so those eyes I was talking about earlier are pointing up towards the surface of the soil.
Okay.
And then we'll backfill that hole with a little loose soil, kind of some finer soil, I'd say.
Let me go back to that just for a second. So that means the direction that you place the rhizome could be different for every rhizome we see, right? Like some of them might be vertical, some might be horizontal. We just want to make sure that eye is pointed up, or is it pretty much always the same?
It should always pretty much be the same. The way the eyes kind of grow off the rhizome, they're usually pointing one direction or the other.
Okay.
So, frankly, with most hops, you probably could throw them in upside down or even horizontal, and they're still going to, emerge eventually.
I see.
But just kind of ensure that you're getting the best results possible, we always recommend that you plant them with the eyes pointing upward.
Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. When I've planted some rhizomes, the eyes can be any which way, and I've done some research. Yeah, and it comes up, and it's there's some weird ionization going on in the eyes that the gravity of the Earth will just push it up in general. It's real weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're totally fucking with me right now.
Yeah, I was trying to make a dumb joke.
Yeah, that was dumber than me.
Yeah,
or I'm just real dumb. I can't figure out which.
I think you don't pay attention to me anymore because you're thinking about what you're going to say next,
Right.
and you're waiting for me to be done.
Well, because sometimes I'm like, because JP has done research on things.
Yeah.
Is this one of them or not?
Yeah, but that was way over his head.
Fooling you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay, so you 6 inches down, and then soil on top, obviously, and then did you say how far apart? Did I miss that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So as far as distance between plants, usually commercially we'll go 3 feet apart. You could. I don't see any problem squeezing that down a little bit if you wanted to, even to 2, maybe even a foot. There is potential, and this is I'm kind of again talking from a commercial perspective, but there's an angst among commercial growers when you plant hops too close together. Especially certain varieties that are more vigorous, is the plants can kind of intertwine with each other and become root bound, as they call it.
Okay.
So that's kind of why we keep on the commercial scale that 3 foot kind of minimum.
Got it.
But again, in the backyard and home brewers, I think you could kind of be creative there.
Okay.
Whatever you need to do with the space you have.
What about fertilizer at this point? Do I need it?
So generally, when we plant hops, we're not applying fertilizer right out of the gate. Given our ground usually has a little bit of residual fertility, from the prior year, anyway. But usually what we're looking at is nitrogen is the biggest nutrient that hops really demand. And with baby hops, for instance, if we're planting rhizomes right about now, we might give them a little shot of nitrogen in, kind of later in the spring. It kind of depends on the year, but maybe April, May, just to kind of get them going, green them up a little bit, keep them healthy. Usually what I recommend for the home brewers and the hobbyists is just getting a really good, like, all-purpose kind of plant food, like you'd use for any of your other gardening.
Okay.
So just applying those to your hops as well, because that pretty much kind of covers all the bases. So
that's what I was going to ask. I didn't know if it was a stupid question to ask if like a regular old Miracle Grow is fine,
Well, if you want organic, it should be organic.
It should be organic Miracle Grow. Yeah, not so Miracle Grow.
No, normal grow.
Normal, yes, sort of grows.
Yeah,
it's called.
I just poop on my rhizomes.
It might grow.
Yeah.
As long as we're on the fertilizer thing, we're talking about early fertilizing now, but how about when they're starting to flower? Do we change the fertilizer? Is it needed?
So, commercially, we'll usually, for instance, there's a few different nutrients that hops require to varying levels. Phosphorus is one that hops use a small amount of. Potassium, hops use a fair amount of. Magnesium, they actually say magnesium helps increase cone density. So magnesium, for instance, just getting kind of technical. Not saying
that's okay. Yeah,
magnesium is one here at the farm that we'll apply in a foliar format. So basically, in a liquid format that we'll apply with a sprayer directly on the plant, the leaves and the flowers, like during coning, which is later in the summer. And the idea behind that is the absorption of that magnesium theoretically is supposed to help, again, increase the density of our cones, which increases our ultimately our dry weight.
Okay.
But as far as like the real take home, I guess, is I would say making sure to kind of optimize your growth and health of the plant is making sure that you apply the nitrogen in a timely manner. And hops really like their nitrogen generally later in the spring, maybe up until early summer. And that's because that's when the plant is really, and you'll notice this, but that's when the plant's really growing. I mean, it's taking a tremendous amount of energy for that plant to go from basically the ground, up to 20 feet, in the air. And that's nitrogen that is basically driving that whole process. And so with that comes a big demand for that. And so, it probably depends on where you're at, as far as exact timing, but again, just talking in general terms, I think, if I was growing hops as a home brewer or in the backyard, I'd probably put on some sort of Miracle Grow, like I said, or some sort of garden nutrients with nitrogen a few different times, probably through May and early June.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about watering? I've heard this really dumbed down for me that just says water the crap out of it. That's all you need to know. Just dump a ton of water on it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think all this you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I've told people that myself because I've found guys that underwater and their rhizomes die, and I've told guys you really got to water these things quite a bit, especially some of these guys will be in Arizona or Southern California or something. I'm like, you really got to water these things a lot.
Right.
And so then I have guys sending me pictures of dumping, literally a 5-gallon bucket on their plant, which is probably a little extreme.
Okay.
And, they end up drowning it out or something. So I guess everything in good balance. But yeah, hops, again, there's so much foliage there, and they have a pretty robust root system once they become established, that during the summer months, especially in hotter areas, these things could be requiring up to 2 or 3, 4 gallons of water a day to really be optimal.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what I had heard. That's why the people were saying, look, to get to that amount, you think you're giving it a lot of water, and you're not. You're not giving it 4 gallons a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
but I think the key there is to not be the guy that dumps the 5-gallon bucket on it at once, but rather maybe you set up a drip system, or you water it at different intervals throughout the day or whatever. But
okay, all right, okay, that's good to know. But what I did like about that is that for people who don't have a green thumb, hops are kind of awesome because it's pretty difficult to overwater it. And so you just can go out there and throw Miracle Grow. So far, we've gone 6 inches in the ground, Miracle Grow, and a crap load of water.
Point the eyes up.
I don't even do
Point the
that.
eyes up, yeah.
And I get full on.
You do.
I get full on binage, dude.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're an idiot's dream.
Okay.
You didn't hear me again.
No, I heard you. They're an idiot's dream. They're my dream.
Thank you. All right, good.
I'm also looking through our chat room questions here now. I want to make sure I get everybody's questions answered.
Me too.
I already did that one. Okay, I can go through these kind of afterward. All right, so we got them planted. We're watering. How tall does you mentioned earlier that we need a trellis because these things need to grab onto something to go upward, right?
Yeah, definitely, and they'll grab on to whatever they can find just on their own. So
okay, how tall does that need to be?
Again, it kind of depends on what your goals are and how far you want to take your project. But commercially, most hop yards are 18 feet tall.
Wow!
All of our trellises are set at 18 feet, and that's pretty much the case for most of the industry. Again, in the backyard. It's just kind of like however complex you want to get with your trellis system.
I want 18 feet. I don't want to see my neighbors anymore. I'm thinking I'm going to do them all along the whole perimeter of my backyard at 18 feet.
I think it's a great idea.
Fantastic.
That's like 4 of me.
Yeah. But so you could go. Can they? If you can't go that high, can they go up and then sort of fall back down? If you can only go, 8 feet.
Yeah, I've seen them do that, and the hops can do a lot of interesting things if they're trained properly.
Okay.
So they'll require a little direction. Without any direction, they're going to go towards the sun. They're going to go straight up.
Okay.
But if you want to get creative, I have guys ask me like, "Hey, Blake, can I, get these things to go horizontal or whatever?" And it's like, yeah, but you're going to have to make sure you keep training them to go that direction during the season.
I see. So it doesn't really hurt their output or the quality of the hops to go a different direction.
Again, theoretically, it probably would decrease production a little bit, but most of the time, what we find is homebrewers, they end up with way more hop cones than they probably know what they do with anyway with some of these plants, so it's probably not a big consideration.
That's a good point. Yeah, if your yield is down 30%, who cares? You still have 50% more hops than you need.
Yeah. Oh, man, last year I got 8 ounces.
It's like your livelihood, and it's another thing if it's a backyard hobby. So
Right. Yeah.
But homebrewers, man, they get serious over the minutest detail that doesn't matter at all.
Although I do, sometimes I do respect the homebrewer who's like, well, I know I might not use all these, but as an exercise, I want to do everything that the pro does. I want them to come out just like Blake's do, just so I know.
It is a source of pride to see, so I'll have string running from my fence to my roof.
Oh, yeah.
On my add-on or whatever. And so the binds will come up that and train them over. And I like seeing if they can actually get halfway.
I see.
Or farther. And if they get farther than halfway, I feel good about myself.
Right.
So I see what you're saying, for sure.
Yeah.
Personally, I actually think that's the easiest way, is just tying the string to the corner of the house.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people doing it that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you say train it, is it just going to crawl up that string, or do I have to go out every day and wrap it around it?
Well, once you get it started, frankly, most of them, if you never did anything and didn't touch it, it would find the string on its own.
Okay.
And it would go up. But the reason, commercially we go out and train these hops, again, is because we don't want all these vines going up, and we want to selectively pick out, 3 or 4 vines, like I said earlier, that we're going to put on each string. So in the backyard, you could do the same thing.
Okay. How about sunlight? I'm picking an area in my backyard.
Sunlight is good.
And sunlight must be good. Am I picking the area that has half a day of sunlight or 100%?
I would say with hops, you want to get as much sunlight as you can.
Okay. And is that pretty much across all varieties?
Seems to be the case, yeah.
Okay.
Hops love sun. They, as heat, I guess heat and sun can be a little different. Not all hops love really hot temperatures. And, not all hops love really cool temperatures either, but it seems like all hops love, UV light for sure.
Okay. At the risk of demeaning your profession, Blake, it sounds like a really easy plant to grow.
Oh, yeah, that's our big secret here.
Blake doesn't actually do anything. He's more like a brewcaster. He just hangs out all day.
Yeah, he picked the one thing that you don't have to do a whole lot to do.
Yeah.
Oh, they're planted. Just watch them grow.
Yeah, and they come back every year. So
right. So now that's a question, because you did mention earlier that your first year yield is, and maybe even your second, isn't going to be that good. Are you talking about the quantity of hop flowers, or the quality, or both?
Mainly quantity. Yeah, your hop quality should be fine, even the first year, but you're just not going to have much quantity.
Okay. Blake, I think my connection is getting bad with you. I might have to hang up on you and call you right back.
Oh.
Can we try that? I'm just going to hang up and give you a ring right back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, sorry about that. Oh, modern technology.
You failed us again.
They should have caught it early.
Yeah.
Instead of just riding in your seat.
Yeah. I don't hate Skype as much anymore. That could be the therapy, but it's probably more that it's actually much more reliable nowadays than it ever was in the beginning. I mean, this used to be like a mess for us.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, there we go. All right, now you're loud and clear.
Okay, good.
Okay. I had another question that came through about growing hops from a seed. And somebody's doing that. Nitro in our chat room asks for any tips on planting from seeds, which is what I'm doing. It's odd that I've never gotten this question before when we discuss hops.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought that there was no seed.
Yeah, I thought you couldn't do that. I thought that was a no-no.
So talk to us about that.
Well, this is kind of funny because I've personally never planted a hop from a seed.
Oh, really?
Most growers probably haven't, because that's generally the role of the hop breeder. And that's actually how, when you breed a hop, like I said earlier, you're crossing that male with the female, and you're harvesting the seeds from the cones that are the result of that cross-pollination.
Okay.
And those seeds you then plant, usually in like little plugs, like in a greenhouse, and then you get a new start that you kind of escalate up into a bigger and bigger pot, and eventually it'll root and create rhizome. And the rhizome's usually like all the grower ever deals with. But, theoretically, you could play around with seeds.
Wait, so if I'm hearing you right, even from growing from a seed, you're just looking to get a rhizome. You're not looking to get a plant.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you're growing from a seed, I would think that a seed would kind of be a one-off, so to speak. I don't know how I guess I haven't really thought about this too much, but I don't know how you'd replicate seeds of the same variety. because, like I said, when you're harvesting seeds from a cone, each one of those seeds has a unique identity. You think of it as like an offspring, like a child.
Okay.
And basically, this hop cone has all these different children in it, and each one of them is unique, just like you and I.
Right.
And so when you plant that seed, and this is how you get a new varietal, you plant that seed, and that's a totally unique new hop plant.
Oh, I see.
And when you do cut a rhizome from a female plant, you could always get a female plant, where if you have a seed, you could go either
male
way.
or female.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So when you're planting a seed, you don't really know. You may get a male, you may get a female. I think the majority of the times it is female, but I think there might be a 30% or 40% chance it could be male too.
So unless this listener is a botanist, this big dummy should not be growing from seeds.
Yeah, there's no.
I guess that's kind of the long story short. Is that's getting more on the technical hop breeding side of things, which is very interesting, but kind of a different scope.
Well, and honestly, I'm calling him a big dummy, but with our listeners, he very well could be just interested in that whole process. So
yeah.
Where does he get seeds?
Absolutely.
Yeah, where do you get hop seeds?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I think I've seen places online.
I know this guy.
Order hop seeds, but like I said, if there's any sort of hop pollen in your area, actually, you guys are growing hops this summer when your hops cone. Actually, in the fall is the best time to harvest the seeds. Like in October, if you leave a few cones on the vine and wait till about late September or October, and peel back the bracteoles or the petals on that cone, and you'll more than likely find a few seeds in there. And that's actually the result of some male hop pollen that just happens to be blowing through the air.
Okay.
Imagine if that's how women got pregnant.
Male hop pollen.
But just like they could be walking down the street and then suddenly, oh, shit, I think I'm pregnant.
I would stay indoors. I'm that afraid of children.
Basically how it works.
Right. Okay.
That's what they call open pollination. So if you read some of the notes on certain hop varieties and how they were bred or established, you'll see some that are listed as an open pollinated hop. That basically just means that someone went, harvested cones from a female cultivar, and planted them, and came out with a new plant that looked really great and had really great brewing value.
Okay.
And with an unknown male. Just open pollination.
Slut.
Yeah.
What a cunt.
That's shrimp.
What a cunt.
All right. How about we haven't talked about predators and to the plant and bugs that could ruin it. One of our listeners in the chat room wrote in and said, my second year Cascade and Centennials and Brewer's Gold all grew to 6 feet and then were eaten up by ladybugs and dried up. What can we do to prevent this?
Well, I've never heard of a hop plant getting eaten up by ladybugs, and usually we consider ladybugs to be a beneficial in the hop yard.
I thought I had heard that too, that because they eat aphids, right? Yeah,
ladybugs eat a lot of bad things like aphids and the two-spotted red spider mite, which can be a real culprit in hops. So I doubt that the plant's demise was due to ladybugs. It might have perhaps aphids or spider mites. All right.
But any of these predators, what can we do to prevent? Do we have to use pesticides?
I don't think you have to. I know there's, like, for instance, organic hop production is becoming a little more prominent now, and a lot of those guys are doing various concoctions with soaps. I think that's kind of the old wives' tale as far as how to kill various insects is soapy water type mixtures generally kill a variety of aphids and have some effect on spider mites as well.
Okay.
That's kind of probably the only real tip I know off the top of my head.
I have a little experience with that. I did grow hops successfully once, and I wanted to be organic because I'm a hippie or whatever stupid thing I am. No, this was before Chad.
Oh.
And I went and got the soap thing, and it does work, but you literally, it's a contact sport.
Yeah.
In other words, like pesticides, you spray it and it kind of stays around. The soap, you're actually soaping the aphids. And so I had to do it every day or multiple times a day. And if I did that, it worked. If I skipped a few days, there was nothing preventative left. Maybe I don't know enough about the soaps, but there wasn't like a residue left that kept aphids away.
No, I know in, well, maybe I'm making this up, but in,
maybe,
come on, pesticide, commercial pesticide, whatever.
Yeah.
It's an oil. It's a petroleum base, so it coats and it stays. That's why it's better living through science.
Right.
And I don't think that you have a lifestyle where you can do the organic.
No, because I'm very busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't be around all the time.
Well, you got to catch Springer. He's on. So
right.
You beat me to it. I was going to make a why couldn't you do it, you too busy joke.
Right.
Damn you, JP.
So that being said, and again, I'm not an expert on soaps. That was just my experience. Maybe there is some kind of organic soap out there that does leave a residue. But so, Blake, in your experience then, you're using pesticides to deal with this.
Yeah, so our farm, we don't grow organic hops at this point. We are salmon safe certified, so we're doing everything we can to move forward. With being responsible with our applications, and
that's the runoff of your farm. Is that
right? Yeah.
Okay.
So we're very cognizant of potential runoff hazards, and with that, we have barriers between. Vegetative barriers between like streams and our fields. We also do like annual cover cropping to help prevent erosion. We're also doing drip irrigation to help prevent erosion, and we're also using very soft compounds that are part of the Salmon Safe protocol that really don't pose any risk to our watershed.
Okay.
How late can you use pesticides before harvest?
It really depends on the compound. I'd say generally most compounds, there's probably like anywhere from a 14-day to a 30-day pre-harvest interval.
Is that because of the compound itself, or you get more rain where you are and washes it off?
Yeah, it's actually a legal thing. It's on the label, and it has to do with residue. And they have certain thresholds that they don't want to exceed, and all this stuff is, they really kind of probably overstate things a little bit, but they, of course, they want to play it safe.
Mm-hmm.
They being the EPA.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all good, and we're very cognizant of those cutoffs, and you have to be, because not only is it the right thing to do, but it also poses quite a bit of liability if you were to break any of those rules.
Okay.
I was just thinking safety and residue that transfers over into the beer or anything you eat, but that kind of it's a pesticide.
Yeah.
So
got to follow the directions,
right?
Like every other chemical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if a grower were not to follow the directions of the label, then there's potential, like I said, for liability and even litigation if it were to cause an issue. And in a lot of these hops these days. I know some of the bigger craft brewers, like Sierra Nevada, for instance, is doing even their own in-house residue testing, in addition to the testing that's being done by handlers and also the EPA.
Okay.
Well, they have just too much money, I think. They don't know what to do with
it. In your experience, and I know that it's probably limited, clearly on the smaller scale, but for a home brewer with just a few plants, do you think that the ladybug, you can actually buy like a jar of ladybug, I don't know what it is, a thing of ladybugs.
Yeah.
Do you think that's enough for most home brewers?
I would think so. And the consideration for home brewers, and it really plays in their favor, is that versus us on a commercial scale, we might have hop yards that are 20, 30 acres where we're looking at, upwards of 20 or 30,000 plants in a relatively small area.
Yeah.
Or have maybe a handful of plants in the backyard. There's a real difference in susceptibility and also, how rampant disease becomes under those conditions. So usually the disease pressure is not going to be nearly as intense when you're just, kind of on the backyard scale.
Okay.
I mean, you just think of the analogy I've heard is, let's say you're in a room, with just you and another person or a few other people versus, cramming 500 people in that same room.
Right.
The probability of getting sick is much higher with all the people in the room.
Great. Now my germophobia just kicked in, Blake. Thanks.
You're thinking that every time you're in a room of 500 people.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, my chance of disease is up, way up.
Or you could be the carrier.
That's true. If you can't
zero.
spot the carrier in the room, it's probably you.
And the other thing that we experience here in Oregon especially, I mean, aphids and the mites we talked about are definitely a consideration, but mildews are something that get in the hops, and there's two types: the downy mildew and powdery mildew. Different varieties have different susceptibilities to both of those, but they have to be managed to some extent. Again, on the backyard scale, I don't think it's probably, the pressure isn't too extreme, but I do know, organic compounds that are used for both of those are copper is generally used for downy mildew, and sulfur is something that's used as a preventative for powdery mildew.
And are those liquid form of those two that you guys use?
On the commercial scale, there's both.
Okay.
I've never even looked at how you'd pick anything up like that.
Yeah.
For the garden. But
okay.
I'm sure they offer.
If you
just go to the home grow store.
Yeah.
Okay.
If your plant gets downy mildew, powdery mildew, is it a seasonal thing, or is your next year's plant, when it comes up, going to have it too?
Yeah, so the plants, basically, this is the unfortunate truth, is that basically all the hops in the U.S., well, even around the world at this point, have certain amount of downy mildew and powdery mildew in them. Thankfully, both those diseases are still manageable with the tools we have as growers, and we're able to work through those issues. But essentially, the disease lives in the crown. It lives in the rhizome. It's always going to be there to some extent, but it'll be exacerbated by conditions from year to year that might vary.
Right.
So we don't have to rip our plants out if it gets out of hand
if
one
you
year.
rip it out and plant a new one, the one you put in is going to more than likely have it anyway. So that's just kind of a reality of the hop industry.
So what does the mildew do? Does it decrease the yield, or does it destroy the foliage, or what goes on?
Yeah, what downy mildew will do is it'll infect new growth and new shoots, and so essentially it'll cause stunting of those shoots, and they will just basically stop growing in their place. So if your vine, let's say it's 3 or 4 feet up the string, and it gets infected with downy mildew, all your shoots, essentially all those vines are done growing for the season. So it's basically like stunt. It just stunts the plant. And the powdery mildew is like a white powder. It generally starts on the leaves and will migrate to cones if it's not treated. And if it gets real bad, it basically kind of will rot the cone and make, essentially, if it gets really bad, cause the cone to be worthless and not really have any brewing value. And downy mildew can do the same later in the season. It can essentially rot the cone.
But it's not the end of the world. You can treat it.
Yeah, I mean, basically most commercial yards throughout a growing season will have some level of both of those diseases. But as long as they're kind of kept in check, it's not a problem.
Okay. Before we get to harvesting, which will kind of wrap up the discussion here, I did have another question that came through about the growth phase, and that is, and I've heard this before too, should we cut back the first few feet of growth on the hop vine? It's real leafy at the bottom too, and some people have said you should trim that up like for 3 to 4 feet. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so that kind of goes back to this whole pest thing.
Okay.
All the pests, all the mildew starts at the ground level. I mean, mites and aphids overwinter in the soil. Obviously, the mildews overwinter in the crown of the plant and in the soil. So what growers have done over the years to varying extents is prune the bottom basal foliage, and that kind of creates an atmosphere down there where there's really not much for pests to feed on, and there's really not much for mildew to infect. And that is one reason actually the primary reason that people do that, just to help reduce disease pressure. Is it necessarily necessary in the backyard scale? Probably not, but again, as you guys mentioned earlier, if someone wants to just take it to that pro level and do it just like the pros do, feel free, why not?
Okay. And another question about growth is, somebody wrote in, is it feasible to grow hops in a greenhouse or indoors if you live in a location that's not conducive to growing hops, for example, Alaska?
Yeah, you can definitely grow hops in a greenhouse. The thing is, again, you're not going to reach probably the full potential of the hop plant production-wise, but the hop, of course, will grow and it will flower, and you can manipulate it with heat and grow lights and all that. So
okay. Susie writes in, I have a hop growing in an outdoor hydroponic type system.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a hop plant,
a hop.
Susie. Hydroponic type system, it's getting continuous water. Is that too much, or will it be okay?
Will the buds still be big?
Will I get high?
I mean, the cones.
Right.
I have no experience with hydroponic hops, but that's an interesting question. I would think that it hydroponically it would probably be okay, but I guess I don't have any firsthand experience to say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Okay, let's talk harvesting so we're running out of time here. And when do we know that our hops are ready to harvest?
Yeah, I get that question a lot. And basically, the hops, as they get closer to maturity, they're going to, the cone itself, the moisture content in that cone is going to decrease. And as the moisture content decreases, that cone, as you feel it, is going to have a drier, crisper feel. Many people have described it as a paper-like feel when you squeeze it. So that's kind of one indicator. Probably the best way to know when you're in the range is most hop varieties kind of have a window of when they mature on any given year. An interesting thing about hops is they're so driven by sunlight and latitude and day length that they tend to mature more or less, and again, it's variety dependent, but more or less, they tend to mature kind of in the same window of time each year. For instance, at our farm, our Cascades always are kind of generally in that ripe range between, the 3rd of September to the 7th or 8th of September. So you kind of know by the calendar when you should start thinking about, let's go walk the Cascade yard and see how they're looking. But the second thing, like I said, would be to feel the cone, and you feel that moisture, kind of that cone drying out a little bit. And ultimately, your nose and the aroma, at least for me, is your number one indicator. And when you break open that cone and you rub it together and, you smell that lupulin and you know that, you're getting that signature, Cascade, for instance, aroma that you really want, and, that oily, resinous type of profile. But, there are analytical methods too, and some growers, including ourselves, sometimes will take samples from the yard and we'll submit them to a lab where they do dry matter testing, and they'll actually figure out what is the moisture content of your cones, and then they kind of have like guidelines they go off of as far as what's the optimum time to pick with a given moisture content.
Okay. And for our harvest, this is probably another one of my retarded questions, but are you just picking the hops off of the plant, or do you just cut the vine off at the bottom and you're done with it for the season?
Yeah, so hops, basically, what they do is they start shutting down late in the summer, and they start preparing for dormancy. And there's carbohydrates in the plant and the vine that begin returning to the crown. And those carbohydrates are really critical for the next year's vigor and growth. And if you were to cut a hop vine too early, for instance, and you were to interrupt that stream of carbohydrates returning to the crown, you more than likely will have residual effects the next year with less vigor, less growth, less energy, essentially, in that crown, and less yield. So, ideally, we don't want to pick a hop too early. Commercially, we cut all the vines down, so it's really critical that we don't pick a hop too early. But, again, a home brewer could elect to just leave the vine up and get a ladder and just pick the cones off it, which would optimize that carbohydrate flow and probably give you the best chance of really having a strong plant the next year.
Okay.
If you want to cut the vine down and, throw it on a table or get all your buddies around, in the garage and pick it, that's fine too. But like I said, you just want to make sure, if anything, you might bias to picking it a little too late than a little too early, because if you pick it too early and cut that vine down, you will hurt the plant more often than not the following year.
And what are the detrimental effects to the hop cone of picking too late?
Too late, the hop cone will start to kind of turn, and first thing you'll notice is probably color. It'll go into sort of, turning brown, essentially. There's actually a trend in the hop industry and the craft industry for later pickings, because the later a hop is left to hang on the vine, generally the more essential oil the cone's going to produce. And I think we all know that craft brewers are all about, more oil in their hops because they're getting a more, bigger aroma and, better flavors out of those hops. So we're kind of biasing things later for that reason, and that's being, largely driven by our customers. But again, from our perspective, it's good too, as long as we have the picking capacity to get to all the hops in a timely manner, because our hops are stronger the next year. But there is a fine line, and if you go too late, your hops will get too dry, and like in a mechanical picker like we have, they'll just like shatter, and you lose a lot of production through that shattering, where you lose just hops going out into the waste.
Okay.
Rather than ending up in the kiln and ultimately in the bale. And then there's quality things. I mean, you don't want to be delivering over like super brown, rotten, essentially. I mean, it's like a fruit, really. I mean, you don't want to. It's like think of a rotten banana or something. I mean, eventually your hops will rot. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go to the phones real quick. We got a call from Casey in Folsom. He's got a question for you. Casey, what's happening?
Hey, not much.
What do you got?
I had a question about NPK, the nutrients. I wanted to know if he had specific amounts of NPK that should be used during the vegetative state, and if it should change, and if we should use a different amount of NPK during the flowering state.
Can you start your answer with what is NPK for me,
Nitrogen,
please?
potassium, and phosphorus.
It's a hot new band out of Compton.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
That would be a good band name.
Yeah. All right, go ahead,
Yeah,
Blake.
so N's nitrogen, P is phosphorus, and K is potassium. As I stated earlier, nitrogen is probably one of the most important nutrients for the hop plant, just for vigor and getting it up and to the wire, producing a lot of cones. So nitrogen is something we'll put on, like I said, late spring through early summer. Phosphorus and K, potassium. Hops use a reasonable amount of potassium. They actually say generally up to 80 to 150 pounds of potassium per acre per year. So that's something that we'll put on usually in the springtime. We're usually not applying like the potassium and the phosphorus or any of those micronutrients like during the summer. We put it on just once a year. Sometimes, we found even that we don't have to put some on some years. In fact, we'll do soil tests every season and determine kind of our needs and craft a mix accordingly to meet those needs. So, yeah, P and K would go on in the spring, generally on a commercial scale. And we'd put N on late spring, early summer. And then, like I said earlier, we will apply sometimes a foliar magnesium product during the summer just to help cone density.
All right. Thanks for the call, Casey. Okay.
You mean bud density, right?
I've got a few more questions from our chat, but you were just about out of time. And I'm thinking, you know what, Blake, we should be doing this with you every year at Hop Time, and we can kind of we'll put these over to another show, and we can get more into the nerdiness of hop growing.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll save some of them. I did get to most of the listener questions, and I think I think we covered enough information for people to get their rhizome and grow some pretty healthy hops right now.
Yeah.
Any word on kilning?
That's another topic. That's what I want to do next time. I don't want to do the drying and the kilning because if I open that can of worms, I know the questions that have come through. It's a whole topic. I think it's a great topic.
We could do a whole topic on after you pick.
Exactly.
Can you check for alpha acid? Can you do all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. So, I just want to...
I agree.
We got a whole other topic to do now.
Check your watch.
Yeah, just check my watch. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, Blake Crosby, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to bcrosbyhops.com and order rhizomes now. You can also read about the farm there. 5th generation this man is on that farm. And, you got your family's been doing this hop thing for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a while, and hopefully we got 5 more generations ahead of us.
Right. What is the most fun piece of farm equipment to use? I know as a kid you got the tractors around, and there must be something now that as an adult is still the most fun piece of equipment to use.
The 22 for jackrabbits?
Right.
Yeah, there's lots of fun pieces of equipment. We obviously have a lot of tractors, and growing up as a kid, that was always really fun. I mean, I started driving tractor when I was 12 years old.
Wow.
that was cool. And I still enjoy getting out there and doing that time and again. Although these days I'm kind of in the office more than I used to be, which can be good too, especially when it's raining here in Oregon.
Sure.
So I actually really enjoy, as far as tractor stuff goes. During harvest, we have a machine that cuts all the vines down and loads the trailers that go to the harvesting facility, and it's called the top cutter. And it's a pretty gnarly piece of equipment that's it's fun to run. So.
And it's got to be able to go in there and cut the bottom of all of those without hitting the posts for the trellis and everything else.
Yeah, so we got a machine that cuts the bottoms, but this one actually comes behind, and so the truck and trailer pulls in once those bottoms have been cut and is able to drive through that row now. And then I come in behind with the tractor with basically has like a big pusher bumper thing on it, and I just push that truck and trailer slowly through the field, and that top cutter goes up to the trellis 18 feet high, and it has a sickle bar with blades on it that just cuts those vines down and loads the trailers.
Rotating knives. Awesome.
See?
Yeah. So it's fun.
There is not a person with a penis on this planet that didn't dream of using farm equipment at one point in their life.
Hell yeah.
It's just a dude thing. Like, that's what dudes want to do.
I'm thinking when the zombie apocalypse hit, I'm going to go to B. Crosby Hop Farms.
Yeah, and start just
I'm
driving
ride
tractors.
that trellis motherfucker all the way around.
Right. Go to bcrosbyhops.com right now. Blake, thanks so much for spending all this time with us and teaching us how to grow hops.
No problem. It was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you again. We'll do the after we've harvested topic next time.
Sounds good.
All right. Cheers, Blake. Thanks.
Yep. Cheers. Talk to you later.
There you go. If I didn't get to your question, my apologies. We kept Blake a little longer than I had scheduled him, and I want to make sure he was able to go. But this is how we'll get another topic out of it, too. And I definitely think that there's the whole second part of the hop growing process for folks at home. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little break, and when we come back, we've got an announcement, a new thing we're bringing home to you.
Hell yeah.
Here from the Brewing Network. It's going to be kind of fun. Plus, we're going to talk to Neva Parker from White Labs. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way. When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge. Hey brewers, it's planting season. Have you ever dreamt of walking through your own hop garden? Well, look no further than Woodburn, Oregon, and the Crosby Family Hop Farm. Blake Crosby and his family have been passionately growing hops for 5 generations. And right now, they're taking orders for 2013 rhizomes for all retail and wholesale customers. The Crosbys know how to grow hops and are here to help you establish your family's very own successful hop garden. In fact, when you plant a hop rhizome from the Crosbys, you're using the same plant your favorite professional brewer bought his hops from. Friendly professional service, fast shipment, and quality hops at competitive prices. The Crosby family brings all of this to you. Call 503-982-5166 or visit bcrosbyhops.com and let Blake Crosby and the Crosby Hop Farm help make your hop garden a reality. bcrosbyhops.com. Hops from the Crosby Family Farm to yours.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states, plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your homebrew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
You know, when Israel had sinned and God was trying to decide who he gonna send down to save the earth, they was around. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his sister, not his wife. Then said, no, you can't send Noah. Said, strictly illegal. Noah was a little wino. I had a fellow live next door to me who brewed homebrew in the bathtub. The beer we selling now not good enough. But it was strictly illegal. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. You know, we have people that live on the street that'll go into your local Dollar General store and buy shaving lotion for a high. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved by the government agency that said this is healthy. Strictly illegal. Bathtub.
You don't want your child at a party. Our children already getting a hold to enough alcohol.
Brewed homebrew in the bathtub.
I can just see my bootlegger now. I can just see my bootlegger now. Bam. I got all I want for free. I got all I want for free. How you gonna make it in your home if you don't have the facilities to make sure it's healthy? Noah was a little wino. What gonna keep these folks from making moonshine in their house?
Noah was a wino. What is MEAD need? What is that?
You know, the thing about this deal that really scares me the most.
Noah was a wino.
You got to be scientifically trained.
I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you?
To determine that.
Noah was a little wino.
Chevy Regals is stamped and approved by the governmental agencies that said this is healthy.
Chevy Regals is stamped and approved.
Strictly illegal.
Little wino. You know when Israel had sinned.
Strictly illegal.
God was trying to decide who he gonna send down.
Strictly illegal.
Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham.
Strictly illegal.
He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his
strictly illegal.
Sister, not his wife. Then no, he can't say Noah said
strictly illegal. Strictly illegal.
What is MEAD need? Man, you gonna make everybody wino.
Strictly illegal.
Man, you gonna make everybody wino.
Strictly illegal.
Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino.
Look at you coming out of one side.
By my bar stool, making me so calm within. Have you touched me with your warmness, or have I wet myself again? Are you drinking with me, Jesus? I can't see you very clear. If you're drinking with me, Jesus, won't you buy a friend a beer? Or does your head pound with the masses? Hands hung over, you do rise. Tell me, what does heaven look like, Jesus? Seen through holy bloodshot eyes. Or should we take a taxi home, Jesus? Or should we simply hoof it from here? I know you can walk on the water, but can you walk on this much beer? Are you drinking with me, Jesus? I can't see you very clear. If you're drinking with me, Jesus, won't you buy a friend a beer? Are you drinking with me, Jesus? I can't see you very clear. If you're drinking with me, Jesus, won't you buy a friend a beer? God damn it, won't you buy a friend a beer? Jesus, 6 pounds to go. Anything you do, brother, help me, Jesus.
Beer. This is the session.
All right, welcome back to the program. Martinez did not fail us in our food tonight.
Well, they delivered it.
On time.
Right. It was all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
It wasn't cardboard. We got pizza.
It was. I thought it was. Well, like I said, it was the school pizza,
right?
That you get on your plate at lunch, but it was good.
Thanks once again to Blake Crosby from B. Crosby Hop Farm, or Crosby Hop Farm, rather. Sorry. You can go to bcrosbyhops.com and buy rhizomes from him right now. They're a big supporter of the show, and we thank him for that. And I really like Blake. I thought he did a good job of just getting to the point. It wasn't too complicated for me to understand, so that was helpful.
I thought he did great.
And
especially dumbing it down from the commercial side down to what would be good for us.
Yeah. And I think, and I meant it when I said we really should be doing some other topics with him. So we'll get on that and do a after the harvest topic with Blake sometime down the road. And in the meantime, go to the website and order some rhizomes and grow your own hops. Why not? Even if you don't use them. Honestly, that sounds silly, but they're an awesome plant.
They look cool.
They look really cool, yeah. and you don't have to use them. Just grow something.
They're very nice, ornamental too.
I'm kind of serious that I want to block out my neighbors with them.
Okay.
Grow a nice wall of them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's only for half the year, I guess.
Right, you should just put a
but it's the part of the year you're in the backyard.
Well, that's true.
Because, in the wintertime, you're not really using the backyard all that much.
Yeah, and sometimes in the middle of summer, I'm just like shitting on the lawn like Walker, with my dog, and I don't need a neighbor seeing that.
Well, how else are you going to know if your shits are big?
But you only do that in the morning.
Maybe get the neighbor to plant the hops. He doesn't want to see that either.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we got a special announcement for you, but first, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Adam and Eve.
Just a little, though, not a lot.
Yeah, you got to leave something missing.
See, Eve came from Adam's rib, and then they both ate an apple. AdamandEve.com, you can go there right now, and for a limited time only, and that is probably the amount of time that you keep supporting this sponsor of ours. You can go to AdamandEve.com and use coupon code BNARMY, that's BNARMY, and you can get 50% off just about any item. And you can get 3 free adult DVDs from all sorts of genres, like Asian and... I'm
going to look it up right now.
Chunky and...
I'm already looking it up. They have
what do we
hairy.
got now? Oh, there's a hairy genre now.
Genre.
Like hairy vaginas.
I wouldn't want that one, but
in the 80s,
female solo.
Oh, yeah?
That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
That's JP's thing. JP doesn't like seeing any wieners.
I don't want to see another wiener. I have a wiener. I know what it looks like.
So you only do all women porn?
Yeah.
How to?
Oh, yeah? I like that. I need that one. How to what?
Exactly.
Do they have any JOI?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well.
What is that?
And no, I don't see that.
Oh.
The last word is instruction.
Oh. I don't know.
First word's a guy's name.
Yeah.
Yes. Jerry. So you can go at AdamandEve.com right now. 3 free adult DVDs from some of those wonderful genres, plus free shipping, plus a free extra gift in your package.
You can get cologne and kinky bondage on the same site.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Is there a difference between bondage and kinky bondage?
No. Well, maybe nowadays, but...
I think it just starts out as bondage and then moves into the kinky.
When you're hanging from the ceiling by your piercings, that's kinky bondage, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or when you build apparati.
Piercings in
places.
Kinky places.
I see. Is piercings a category?
No, but gonzo is.
Gonzo. I think that's just like in your face.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Like close-ups.
I had to look it up. I didn't know.
I had to look it up. I had to.
I don't think I'm a fan of gonzo. I don't need it that close.
Like
it's kind of like I don't need bottomless strip clubs. I'm fine with topless. I don't need the rest.
Well, I don't want to pay $20 for a juice in California because if they just
I see because there's no
no alcohol when it's bottomless. No, you got they make you buy some kind of a non-alcoholic drink, and it's like $20.
Yeah, you can't serve alcohol at an all-nude strip club in California. Anyway, AdamandEve.com. Use coupon code BNARMY right now.
It's very informative.
It is. I'm actually on the sex props and furniture section. Ooh. And you know those those yoga balls or the bouncy balls where you can bounce up and down on, and you're like that. They have one with a dildo on the top of it, so you can sit on that and bounce on the balls.
Yeah, we get the rest.
They're just like, we got it.
We got it. It's come in different lengths.
I thought you got it. Now, who wants to?
They're coming. Does one come with a butt plug?
A friend of mine's got a birthday.
A zero.
All right. Okay. Let's move on, please.
Please do.
Here we go. Special announcement. Actually, maybe it's not all that special announcement, but I'm excited to bring to you a new project here at the Brewing Network, a new bit that we're going to do on the radio to help inform you and have a little fun amongst us messing with each other. It's called the Brewcaster Challenge. And the Brewcaster Challenge is going to be, we're going to pit two of us at a time against each other in a brew-off.
That's right.
So
a home brew-off.
Winner take all. Winner take. That's right. At the end of so here's how it's going to go. We thought about bracketing it, but for the first year we're not really going to bracket it. It's just going to be a cumulative point system. But maybe once we get it down and we kind of figure out how it works, we might bracket it into a tourney next year. But for 2013, here's how it works. We'll pit two of us against each other at a time. It's going to start with, guess what? JP and I.
Yeah.
We are going to brew against each other. And what will happen is we'll pit two of us against each other all the time, and we'll assign you a brewing style. So you don't get to pick it. You both have to brew the same style. In this first round case, JP and I are both brewing an American red ale. Really, I know it's not like a BJCP style per se, but I wanted to brew a hoppy red ale. Really, I want to brew Evil Twin. I've been wanting to brew it for a while, and I thought it'd be fun. And so we thought we'd incorporate it into this first round.
It's a style. It might not be a proper style, but it's a recognized style.
So
it's good enough for us.
Are you trying to get it close to a Evil Twin, or are you trying to? Is this the best
of
show?
Beer, yeah.
Best of show.
It's all best of show.
Okay.
So I'm going to brew. I mean, it's not really all that complicated. I'm going to brew the Evil Twin recipe because I feel like, for one, I wanted to brew it anyway, and two, I could stack the deck a little in my favor by using a great recipe. I don't have to design my own recipe.
Are you guys using the same recipe?
We're not using the same recipe, and none of the challenges are required to use the same recipe. So that's where you guys can one-up each other by using your recipe designing skills. But you're also, like I'm doing, free to use an existing recipe.
That's true, and that's where I'm going to win, is because I will just design a better recipe.
You're going to design a better... JV's going to design a better recipe. So he does have to do a hoppy American red-style ale, and whatever assignment we give the rest of you, you'll each have to do the same style, but you can do anything you want with it. And then in the end, we'll blind taste it, and it's really just the best of show. Who brewed the best beer?
Right.
And then the points will accumulate per brewer. So each victory, for example, is worth 5 points. At the end of 2013, we'll see who has the most points, and that person will be the Brewcaster champion.
That's right. Two things. One, I'm really excited about this.
It's going to be fun.
Number two, you've adopted Scott's 2013 bullshit instead of 2013.
Oh.
I want you to know that.
I don't think I ever swayed one way or the other unless I was just effing with him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad.
I think I've done.
You mean what you say on the radio isn't like in real life all the time?
That's... I don't know. Sometimes I confuse myself about that, actually.
Yeah, I'm real stoked about it. I already got my starter going. I'm brewing tomorrow. And, yeah.
So... what's in it for you, listeners? I'm glad you asked. This isn't just for us to screw around homebrewing on here, but we, for each style of beer that we do, we'll bring in an expert to talk to us about a particular part of it. So, for example, if Tasty and Doc are up against each other and we've given them IPA as their style, which wouldn't happen, by the way, and I'll explain why. But if we gave them IPA as a style, then we would bring in a hops expert to talk to us on the show and advise them about some techniques that they might use to best do that. Now, they can take that advice or not. And I hope you realize I say that because Tasty and Doc think they know everything on the planet, and they're just going to gloss over that whole interview. But for you folks at home, we'll do we'll bring in a featured person each and every time. The other part of this is I just used an example of IPA, but we will not let the particular brewcasters brew in their wheelhouse.
Right.
Like, we're not letting you guys challenge each other on your best style. So whoever Doc is up against is not going to get classic American Pilsner, for example. Doc brews a fantastic Pilsner, and that's right up in his wheelhouse, and we feel it gives him an unfair advantage. Now, Doc brews all kinds of styles, of course, but still that one in particular, it'd be like giving American Brown Ale to Tasty.
Yeah.
All right? We can't do that.
Right.
So what we'll do is once we assign who you're brewing against, we will then assign you your beer style.
Right.
And you guys will have to go and brew it. And we'll bring in an expert beforehand when we make the announcement of the brew-off. And then you guys can tell us a little bit about your beers and what you're going to brew. And you'll bring it back, and then we'll talk about the whole process. Part of my thought process here, and one of the goals I think that JP and I had in thinking about this is, if we give Tasty, for example, a beer that he's not used to brewing, he'll be able to come back and talk to us about what he learned during the brew process, instead of where we kind of use him for the go-to guy for this topic or that topic. In this sense, he would be like, hey, I did some new stuff this time, and here's what I brought. Here's what I learned.
Yeah.
And I thought that'd make it kind of fun for all of us. And you know what, Tasty? You might actually learn some new tricks.
Well, I learned a lot on the Can You Brew It shows. I brewed a lot of beer styles that I normally wouldn't do. I brewed alt beers and a bunch of other stuff that I never thought, a lot of some lagers, I think.
Right.
Beers that I don't normally do, yeah.
So here's the list so far. The list of brewcasters is sort of in flux, but basically it's everybody at the table here. It's myself, JP, Tasty, Doc. Well, Moscow's going to brew.
He should be involved in it.
Yeah, he's going to be involved. And in fact, if Moscow, I think he's only done extract, and he's up against somebody, you'll have to do extract too. And I think that's part of the cool challenge, is you might learn something that you forgot back when you were an extract brewer. So we're going to bring Moscow in it. I'd like to get Terrence in on it.
That would be rad.
Terrence the Black. Nathan Smith, of course, will be in on it, and we might go out to some of the extended family. Maybe we'll try to get Kim Wood in on it or something like that.
We were talking Palmer,
John Palmer, Jamil. Although Jamil's not gonna, he doesn't have time to homebrew.
No.
Yeah.
Who else were we talking about? I had a whole list. Scott and I had a whole list going on, but it's basically our extended brewcaster.
You got to be careful making it too big of a list, because you'll only get one
brew.
Yeah.
We'll try to keep it tight for this first year, so that we can at least each maybe have to do it a couple of times, so that we have the chance to rack up some points. Here's the other thing we're going to try to do, although we're still working it out. We want to be able to bet on it, and we want to be able to bet on it here in the studio, where we can bet against it. Because why do a Brewcaster challenge if we can't fuck with each other, right? So we're trying to get a bookie involved to do odds. So if, for example, we need a line for every challenge. So if I'm brewing up against Tasty, it's probably at least a 5-to-1 line, right, that Tasty's going to win. If I pull it out of my ass and brew a better beer than him, and somebody bet on me stupidly, they'd get a bunch more points, right? 5-to-1.
Would it be a 5-to-1 in your favor? Wouldn't it be his, right?
It's 5-to-1 in his favor. So if you bet on him and he wins, you'd only get 1 point. If you bet on me and I win, you'd get 5.
I'm not good.
Or whatever the dollar amount is. So if you're involved in the challenge, you cannot bet in that round. So JP and I can't bet on this first round, but Doc, Tasty, Beaver, you guys can bet on which one of us is going to win the best beer. And that'll be a whole separate pool, and we'll see who wins at the end of that. We're getting a bookie together so that listeners can play along too.
Yeah.
So hang in there, and we'll see if we can pull that off. No guarantees. It gets complicated.
Is this for money? Is this legal?
No, it's not for money.
Okay, because,
it won't be for money.
Because you don't have any.
Yeah, I've bet a quarter. So, all right, so that's it. It's the Brewcaster Challenge, and the first one up is JP and myself. We're gonna do. I'm gonna do the Evil Twin recipe. You've already done your recipe.
I already have it. I'm gonna make some final tweaks tomorrow at the homebrew shop, but for the most part, I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're brewing tomorrow.
I'm brewing tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to brew Tuesday or Wednesday. I should probably do it a little later in the week, because I haven't even done a yeast starter yet. So I might have to. I might push it back.
You don't need a yeast starter.
Watch him. Just watch him.
I know.
You'll be all right.
I don't even want to put together my own recipe. I kind of want to order it online, because I'm not even good at measuring out the amounts that I need.
Just take it to the counter. They'll do it.
They will?
Yeah.
I thought that
doesn't mean they'll do it right.
I kind of feel like I'm a jerk if I do that, because there's the whole do-it-yourself area at More Beer, and I feel like if I'm the guy that says do this,
no, it's only because a lot of people like doing it, but some people don't.
Just to let you know, I used to go in there and I just list, hey, do this for me, because they had the big mill in the back and things.
Right.
Now,
do you have a person, like a go-to person that you prefer to do your recipes?
No. Now I do it myself, because they've moved that into the front, where they've got the small mill and the big mill.
Right.
But I couldn't do the small mill before. I'd be there with 50 pounds of grain for a long time. Now they got the big mill. It's not so hard.
I might just have David Wonder do it. He's the showroom manager there at More Beer. He's a nice kid. I can trust him, right, Tasty?
Absolutely. Yeah. He's good at it, yeah.
But to make sure JP doesn't talk to him first.
I am going there first thing Monday morning.
Slip him a 20 to screw up my...
I don't need that. I mean, you have your own, pre-planned recipe already. You already, so what would the odds be on this?
I don't know.
I want to know.
I think
because you are getting a handicap, basically. You don't have to make your own recipe up.
Anybody helping you brew?
And by the way, you can bet your ass I'm going to be on the phone with Jamil every day. I got Jamil.
I come on bet I knew that.
I got Jamil on Skype too. I'll call him up, but I got to do our guest first before we do that, and then we could get Jamil in on the conversation.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be fun. I don't know. I think the odds are still like, I'm just going to throw it out there. It's still probably 4-1 that JP's going to brew a better beer than me. You brew more often. I mean, if not, one, you've been doing it longer, but if for nothing else, you're more in practice with your system. I just got the More Beer 50, the BN official 1550 back from Terrence today. So I'm going to put it together and run some water through it and stuff tomorrow.
Did he give it all back?
I hope so. I don't know. So I got to put it together and get used to it. That's part of my problem, is that what I do is I don't brew for a long time, and then on brew day, it's like I haven't touched the system until brew day,
and you're missing something.
And then I screw something out, like the pump doesn't work, or this, I'll be honest, or I've forgotten how to set up the hoses to get it from this one to that one. So I think my goal is to spend a couple hours with the system tomorrow, and then maybe I'll brew like Thursday. I think our official show date where we have to release these beers is it's April 29th. So it's a month away, a little over a month away, and we'll come in here with the beers. We can talk about it on the shows throughout the process.
Yes, yeah.
But we'll come in with the beers and we'll do a blind tasting. You guys
throw down.
Yeah, maybe we'll bring in some extras. It'd be nice if we can get some of our friends like Brian Cooper or anybody, Lee, any of these BJCP guys, not to score the thing, just to do a best in show and pick the best one.
And then we have to talk about packaging and how to bring it in. You can't just bring the keg in. We should be able to bottle it.
Oh, really?
And bring it, or at least the growler. Shit. But we should agree on all this kind of crap first. Yeah.
Well, let's agree on growler then.
Yeah, okay,
Superman.
I don't know how to bottle.
Superman thermos.
I haven't bottled since the second batch of beer I ever did. I don't know. Forget about. I've never counter pressure bottled.
Oh man.
Maybe we should get John Blickman on the show to teach me how to do it with the beer gun. Or something. All right, so let's do this. I promised you an expert for each show. We're going to bring Neva Parker on right now from White Labs, and she's going to talk to us about what yeasts we might use for the Evil Twin and how to take care of them. Hey, Neva.
Hey, guys.
Thanks.
Hi, Neva.
Thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Neva's a mommy again.
That's what I hear. That's the rumor.
Will be a mommy again.
Oh, you... Wait a minute. Wait, how many babies are in the breathing air?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought second baby was already out.
No, unfortunately, no.
So you're not going to the Craft Brewers Conference this week, are you?
I am going to Craft Brewers Conference this week.
Designated driver.
Yeah, that's why they're bringing you, isn't it? You're the DD.
Yeah.
It's going to be real fun.
You're too busy gestating.
Yep.
When are you due?
August. So
okay.
I've still got a ways to go.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
How's that creepy husband of yours, Glenn? Is he still around?
He's still around.
He's still around.
I guess that's good. All right, Neva. So we brought you on here, and you've heard what the challenge is. We're both doing a hoppy American red ale.
Right.
Have you had Evil Twin by Heritage?
Have.
Okay.
Yeah, I have.
You have. So that's a good example, although JP is going to do his own recipe.
That's right.
But we thought it'd be interesting to hear maybe a couple different options that we have for yeast, and then you could maybe guide us through, this is all for my benefit, how to do the proper fermentation.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think for a style like this, because it is going to be pretty hoppy, you don't want anything that's going to kind of mask that too much. So, I mean, Cal is always a good standard, of course, for something like that.
Okay.
It'll also attenuate really well, so it'll be nice and dry with a good hop finish. But I also like our Edinburgh Ale yeast, the 028. For styles that are hoppy. It's a good alternative to Cal if you don't want to use...
What was it again? Sorry?
The 028.
Okay.
Edinburgh.
Got it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a nice strain, I think, because everyone kind of just goes to 001 because it's easy and it's great for a lot of different things. But I like 028 because it's a bit different, but it's also going to finish dry and accentuate the hops. But it's also got a little bit more character in terms of like ester, so it might bring about some of the malt profiles and things like that a little bit more.
Okay.
So a couple of options, I think.
I think I've done some of the side-by-side tasting there at the White Labs tasting room where they, we've talked about it before, they brew a wort and then use several different batches. And I remember trying the Edinburgh on a couple of them. I really like it. I think the character that comes out. In fact, I might have even tried, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this name, but I'm going to do it anyway. I might have even tried a wine fermented with Edinburgh. And I thought, and I even liked the character of it there. So that's a good suggestion that you have.
Yeah, I really like it because I think that, obviously Cal's the biggest seller. Everyone likes to use it. But for people that are looking to do something a little different, there's other options out there besides Cal.
Jamil's typing me on Skype. I'm going to get him on when we get off the phone. I can't do both at the same time. It doesn't. It works. But he's saying that Edinburgh would be a nice choice for the Evil Twin.
Good.
So, see, this is already paying off in my advantage with having the expert.
So I've already picked mine.
What are you using?
I am using the San Diego Super Yeast.
Ah, okay. Neva, what can you tell us about that one?
That will be a good choice also. That was on my list as well. Again, because it's pretty clean fermenting and pretty strong fermenter. So, letting the hop character come through of a style like that.
What would be the difference between that and the Cal Ale that he might notice?
The biggest thing for me that I've noticed in the two strains is that I think the super yeast is going to attenuate further because it's usually a bit more robust in its ability to ferment down all the way. And interestingly, it also produces less krausen. So if that's an issue, I mean, some people just hate that because it blow off and things like that. But
it looks icky. It looks icky.
in your starter, it looks gnarly.
No, actually, it was very, very, very small krausen. It was
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really typical of that strain, which is weird. And a lot of people think that it's not working because of that, but it is actually fermenting faster.
I wonder if in the case of a hoppy red ale, JP, if it attenuates further down, you might be effing with your delicate balance of bitterness and backbone.
Don't worry, because my mash schedule will very much support the yeast selection that I have made.
I see.
Yeah.
Single infusion mash you'll be doing?
I'll be triple decoction. No,
what?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I was like, JP, I know you, and there's no way that's happening.
Yeah. I need a 12-hour brew day.
Right. But you'll do a single infusion.
Yeah, single infusion, but, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to... We'll talk about this after we brew.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, because, if I could tell you whatever you want. You're not going to do whatever I do. You're going to do whatever someone else who wrote the recipe.
You might as well tell him. It'll just confuse him.
Yeah, I'm not even going to brew it. I'm going to pay Jamil $50 to come over. He needs the money right now. He's building a brewery. That must be expensive. I'm just going to give him $50 to come do it. It's his old system, after all.
He'll just pay Beardy to come do it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I choose the Edinburgh, which I might do, I want to brew sometime this week, Neva, and I haven't even done a starter yet.
Okay.
And I know that the White Labs are pitchable vials, and we've talked about that, and I've done that before too, but I really want to stack the deck in my favor, so I do want to do a starter. Is just doing that for 2 days enough time?
Yeah, 2 days is plenty of time.
Okay.
You don't want to do more than 2 days, so you're good if you start Tuesday and you're going to brew Thursday.
What if I screw up like I normally do and I'm only doing the starter overnight, like I do it on Wednesday night to brew on Thursday?
And that's actually going to be fine. The worst thing you can do, the worst scenario there is that you're not going to get a whole lot of growth, but you're going to get a lot of yeast activity in that time. So you'll be pitching just an active, culture of yeast.
I have a question, Neva.
Yes.
So you said you don't want to go, more than 2 days. I did my starter on a Friday.
Oh, no.
Now I'm a little concerned.
Right.
The bottoms of my feet are sweaty. I don't know what to do.
Feed it again.
When are you brewing this beer? Tomorrow?
Yes.
Well, just crash it.
Why?
Huh?
Why not keep...
Today.
Crash it today? Why not keep it active? Are you saying it's going to It's going to use up all its stuff, or what?
Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, there's no more food left for it to really feed on anyways.
Oh.
So it's going to start looking to internal stores to kind of keep replenishing its energy.
It's going to cannibalize itself.
Oh,
Exactly.
so I put it in the fridge, and it will instantly kind of go into hibernation mode instead of trying to stay alive. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
See, this is why we brought Neva
I
on
know.
to help.
I know.
See, I wouldn't have known that. I would have thought, okay, it ate everything, and now it's fallen to the bottom, but there's more of it, and so we're all happy.
Yeah.
But now it makes
what I think too.
But now it makes sense that no, it wants to keep living, and so it's going to eat its friends.
What if he gets lazy and can't do it tomorrow, and he wants to brew on Thursday again? Can he feed it some more, or step it up another time?
Feed it if you want to, but it's okay to store it for a few days.
Okay.
In the refrigerator.
In the refrigerator.
I need to go. I need to get off early. I need to go save my my yeasties.
You got to run home.
I need to do that.
Poor Neva, because Neva's a professional who deals with professional brewers.
Yeah.
They don't call and go, what if I'm stupid lazy and I don't brew for a week?
Yeah. I was an idiot, and I left this on top of my fridge.
She has to deal with our question.
You would be surprised at some of the calls I get.
Okay. All right.
That's all I'll say.
Okay. So JP's already selected his yeast. I will be talking to Jamil about either the Cal Ale or the Edinburgh. Are there any other, for our listeners at home, any other suggestions that you wanted to throw in there?
There might be a few others, but those are my kind of two top choices that I think would be the best.
Okay. If I do choose the Edinburgh, then and even with JP's super yeast, let's give him the equal footing. What do you recommend temperature wise? And I mean, what temperature should we pitch at, and then what should we hold it at, and all the way through?
Well, you probably want to pitch around 68 or so, and then bring it down a little bit. For the Edinburgh specifically, I'd like for something that's hoppy to ferment between 65 and 68 probably. If you ferment any warmer, you're probably going to make a whole bunch of esters that you don't want for a hoppy beer.
Okay.
So just to kind of keep it clean, a little bit cooler will be better.
Okay. I've
and
traditionally
then for the
used...
super yeast, you're probably safe going around 68. Same thing, kind of 65 to 68.
I like to ferment cold, like 62.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Is that too cold?
It might be a bit cold for the super yeast.
Okay.
It will finish, it will go fine, but it might be a little bit slower. So.
Okay. But no discernible difference in ester profile or anything.
No, I mean, you're still minimizing the ester profile at that temperature, so.
Okay. Hella sick. I'm ready. I'm ready to do it.
I've always gone for 66 in pretty much every beer I've ever done.
Yeah.
And I mostly
well, there you go.
I mostly use Cal.
So he's done it 5 times. Is what he's saying.
And I always go 66. So it sounds like I should just stick with what's worked so great for me in the past.
Yeah. Well, I don't think your problem, Jay, has been fermentation temperature.
Not as of late.
In the steps of your brewing.
Yeah.
I would not say fermentation temperature is right up there.
Yeah. And I think that's mostly because of the great more beer equipment that's been donated to me that are temperature controlled. Before that, when I was doing Carboys, of course, believe me, it was a problem.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I've got Chris Graham's Ultimate Conical at my house, which with the temperature it is outside right now, piece of cake keeping that thing at 66, right, Doc?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't get a lot of temperature fluctuations during the day where it's going to spike.
Yeah.
And you keep yours in the garage. So.
Which is pretty cool. And, yeah.
I had mine at 48 for a couple of days. Just crashing a beer.
Okay. Recently. Oh, your conical got down to 48.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What about aeration, Neva? I'm probably going to aerate my starter. I assume I'm supposed to do that.
Air. You
have a stir plate, though.
I do. Oh, that reminds me. I got to pick up a stir bar because I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Stir bar. I do have a stir plate, so I don't need to aerate my wort particularly then, like with direct O2, I mean. I could just do the stir plate?
I still would, just to ensure you have a successful fermentation.
Okay.
So I would, yeah.
Okay.
I do, and on the stir plate. I don't do it as much as I would in the conical, but
okay.
I give it a little bit of a blast ahead of time, and then let it stir on the stir plate.
And then what about when I put my wort in the fermenter for this particular yeast? Do I want to go on the longer side, putting some oxygen in there, or just a minute? What do you think?
I would do about a minute because you're not going to be at a super high starting gravity. So 60 seconds is usually good.
Okay. All right. And then anything else to make it entirely foolproof, Neva?
Buy a bottle.
Right.
Oh, boy. That's opening a whole can of worms.
Right. What about yeast nutrients? Do I want to feed it?
If you're using all malt, which I'm assuming you are, you probably won't really need any nutrients.
Okay.
Unless it's a really high gravity beer. You're going to get everything you need from the malt.
Okay. And you guys have already nutriented your vials and stuff anyway, haven't you?
Well, I mean, they're just very healthy yeast.
Okay.
So.
All right. That's fair. What is a yeast?
And so, if I was going to make one, how would I go out doing that?
Right. Well, luckily, on our new DVD, there's an extra with Doc teaching everybody how to do a yeast starter.
Are you going to go back and watch that?
Yes.
Even though you were standing right next to me.
Yeah, I haven't made a yeast starter in
I can make it
2
for you,
years
bro.
I'm not going to I don't trust you, dude. You're going to... I don't know what... Tasty, you wouldn't trust your competitor doing that.
Would. I probably would, but you should.
But I shouldn't, yeah.
That's why I can't wait to brew against Tasty.
Right.
Because then I'm going to sandbag the shit out of it.
Right. Maybe there should be a challenge where the other person has to develop the recipe for the
Well, now we're on BYOB episode 2.
That's true. Yeah, we just throwing you a curve. The poor bastard who gets me as a competitor. Here, brew this.
Yeah.
It's my Bud Light clone.
It's all roasted barley. 10 pounds of roasted barley.
Yeah. Okay, Neva Parker. Well, thank you for your tips and advice.
Thanks, guys.
I hope I win based on your advice.
Good luck, but don't blame me if you don't.
I have to blame somebody, Neva. Yeah. I've only got you and Jamil to blame.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Let's blame Glenn.
I can blame Glenn. That's fine. I kind of blame him for everything anyway. All right, say hello to Glenn.
I will.
Say hello to the baby that's breathing and the other baby, too.
That's not breathing.
Will do.
That's breathing fluid.
Bye, Neva.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Happy gestation.
Bye. Neva Parker from White Labs, always helpful.
She needs to be... They need to move here so she can be on the show.
Yeah.
I like Neva.
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we get? Mike White is the one who lives up
and who
us.
never comes in.
Yeah. Like, what's he doing on weekends anyway?
Yeah, that's a good plan, Justin.
Hey, Jamil.
You want to go golf?
Hey.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, just this whole opening a brewery thing is a giant pain in the ass.
It's killing you. I can see it in your face every time I see you. I worry for you.
Yeah. We'll see.
All right, I'm going to dive into the brewery in a second, but just to stay topical so we can wrap up this discussion, this is the first you've heard of it. I've been wanting to brew your Evil Twin for a while, and I figure I want to bring some to the SoCal Homebrew Fest, and then we thought we'd just throw it into this challenge all at the same time, so I'm going to be brewing your Evil Twin here.
I love the challenge thing. I think it's a great way to get more homebrew information out to people, and I think it's a great thing.
Cool.
I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, I figure at least with every challenge, we're going to learn something, and there's a particular topic that we can bring up, like yeast selection with this one and things like that. So I'm hoping for good things.
Well, and that being said, I think the fundamental decision you need to make and the way to approach this challenge is for me to send Chris and Warren over to your place and just have them brew it for you.
What did I say? Called it.
Technically, we didn't write any rules.
That's true.
So,
right.
I do want to brew it myself. I'm a fair guy, so I won't cheat. But I don't mind taking a few extra tips and advice. Can I come get fresh ingredients right from the Heretic Brewery?
Absolutely. I'm thinking I'll have them make up a kit for you.
Yes!
With the same ingredients we use. And then also, I could have them pull a pitch of yeast for you.
What is this?
Yes! So you're pitching enough yeast.
No. I don't even have to do a starter.
Nope.
You could have a
sterile container.
You could have a pitch too.
Full of pitch of yeast.
Or just give him a full conical.
Yeah, I know, right?
Give him the wort.
And what we're going to do is we're going to give you the wort.
Maybe the easiest way is for you just to come and pick up a keg, bring that back to the BN, and do it that way.
Well, JP, what if we both take a pitch of yeast?
I don't want a pitch of yeast.
I do.
I have my own. This is home brewing. I am home brewing.
You're still brewing it at home.
Look,
if the ingredient supply is a little bit more bountiful,
right?
If you want to make dinner and you brown hamburger meat and add hamburger helper, did you cook dinner? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
But the thing was, you decided to use crappy ingredients to start with.
Right.
Now, if you had the option of going to the farm and selecting the finest cut of beef
to add your nitrates,
all natural ingredients and all that, then you went to that effort. Justin is willing to go to the effort.
It's a farther drive,
but your malted barley was
going and getting the ingredients directly from us.
But
if he's willing to go all of that extra effort,
right?
But he deserves the win.
But your malt, it was harvested the exact same time as our homebrew shop's malt.
Okay,
so it's not any fresher. Don't fool yourself.
Okay, so you're okay with me getting the recipe from them, just not the yeast?
Yeah, well,
like all the ingredients. Like if Beardy brings me the kit, that's okay. Because I'm just gonna have Wonder do. I mean, what's the difference? But I won't do. But I'll do my own yeast. You got to give me something here, man. I haven't brewed a good beer in years.
You don't have to write your own recipe. That is already hands down.
But that's not part of the rules anyway.
But it's part of your problem. It's part of it's going to help you to not be in charge of the quantities and the amounts and where they go. That's already going to help you enough. Do you need more help?
Yes.
You need a professional starter and all the ingredients and all the kind of stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you do whatever you have to do.
No. Part of the challenge is selecting the best ingredients.
Mm-hmm. Which he's not doing. You're giving them to him.
A half-gallon of slurry is a big advantage, I think.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, going and picking up the best ingredients, Justin, JP, you're quite welcome to come and get a pitch of yeast.
See?
I don't want to use the heretic yeast. I have my own thing because I want to handcraft my own ales artisanally.
That's your choice.
Right.
But
As a brewer,
the point of
you have to make
homebrewing.
those decisions.
Nah.
No, homebrewers go to the local brewery all the time to get a pitch of yeast.
Are you growing your own malt?
Right.
Growing your own hops?
Yes.
You're harvesting your own yeast naturally?
No, but
so.
Come on, that's a retarded
You're choosing
argument.
to buy yeast and
Are you blowing the glass for your bottles, Jamil? No, but you still make beer, dude. Don't be retarded.
You're not doing all that.
Are you forming your stainless steel right now?
Not picking up the yeast.
Are you digging your own brewery? Are you digging your own trench for your drains? No, but you're still going to use them. It's not a valid argument.
Right, you don't have a valid argument.
JP, what if I give you the $5 that I would have used to buy the yeast? Did we
I'll
get then?
take that.
And then I can use his yeast?
I think it's cheating, but, whatever.
Okay, all right.
How about you give him a White Labs vial full of yeast, and he still has to make a starter out of it, because he's got to be one more step where he can screw it up.
No, I will. I'll give up on I'll do my own yeast starter.
Yeah.
But can I?
Oh my God!
Can I get? But can I get Can I get the recipe kit from Heretic?
That's fine. I don't care.
I'd say that's fine.
Yeah. And you won't come back later and say I've cheated.
No.
All right. So that's our compromise, JC.
Yeah. Yes on the grain. Yeah. No on the yeast.
And the hops.
It's the same grains that are available to anyone. The same hops available to anyone, and it's the same yeast available to anyone.
Right.
Right.
Well, okay, but
it's not the same yeast.
Why not?
Because it's like 8 generations into it, which we all know from some dumb book that's the best. Right?
Right. Why don't you just take some yeast?
I don't want it.
If you don't want this yeast, take some yeast from some other brewery.
I don't want to do that. I like them. I like making because I like making my own starters. I enjoy it.
I don't.
You could do that too.
Can't I eliminate all the parts I don't enjoy about the brewing process?
No. You have to do it. For the purposes of this challenge.
Okay.
I guarantee you, Justin will still screw it up. So
right. All right. No, but that's fine. I'll do my own yeast, and then but I will. If you could please have Chris and Beardy put together the recipe kit for me, that'd be great.
Well, we don't know the odds yet either.
Well, they're going up in my favor.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I know, but if you're already ahead, then it would make it even out a little bit more if you actually had.
Right.
So if you could give them a point or two by doing that,
All right.
Well, that's why we need our bookie.
So, Jamil, now that I'm going to use my own yeast, do you think I really should do the Edinburgh, or should I stick to the recipe, All
right, first, I've been told by several people that you should say Edinburgh.
Oh, Edinburgh. Okay. Fine.
But
I wasn't going.
Neither here nor there.
All right.
I think I think Neva has a nice point about, the Edinburgh being having a nice kind of malty character to it, and a little bit more ester, not as clean as the Cal Ale.
What would help hide his mistakes,
especially for something that's a malty red? I think it's a good choice.
Yeah, it would help hide his mistakes.
Yeah, Cal Ale is a real forgiving yeast, I think.
Yeah, see, I'm being honest when I say that I worry more about adding something into the mix that might accentuate something in the beer that shouldn't be there, or something I do to it. I wonder if Old Faithful is a better choice for me.
There you go. I especially think, go to your local brewery and ask for a pitch of yeast.
Right.
I'm just saying, every home brewer can do that. And if the brewery says no,
yeah,
be understanding and say, "Oh, I understand it's a hassle to pull off a little pitch of yeast, every time somebody comes in." But
right,
a lot of times it's like, "Hey, yeah, it's not a big deal. Here you go."
If that's
also
what
a hassle to go buy their beer,
then you make the choice. I'm not going to tell you yes or no. You do whatever you feel is the right thing to do.
I mean, I'll bring my own Erlenmeyer flask. It's like I'm
Erlenmeyer. No, bring a 5-gallon carboy
of yeast.
And maybe get the yeast out of the evil twin for a minute.
No, that's fine. JP's over here doing his own thing, trying to do this on his own, like a legitimate person. But you're getting that's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't see what the surprise is about this. This is how. Ever since you've known me, I pretty much cheat.
Yeah, but shouldn't you stop at some point?
No, I don't see the cheating. It's the same ingredients.
Well, I agree. I still have to brew the beer, and I have to control the fermentation.
Basically, you're adding water. That's all you have to do, is you have to add water.
That's difficult for me.
And not shit in it, and then it's fine.
Still plenty of opportunity to screw it up. That's why I think I ought to send Chris and Beardy over.
Right, to help. Well, now, back to the Edinburgh, though. If I don't screw it up, I could really hit it out of the park with, that accentuating some of the malts and things.
Well, yeah, when other people write recipes for you, it's easy.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I think that that's one of the things. It depends on how malty you want it, and different yeasts, they accentuate different kind of characteristics of the beer. And one of the great things about going to White Labs is you taste all these beers and you say, "Oh my God, these were all made with," you would swear they're made with different malts and different hops, but they're not. It's, they'll give you a flight. It's all the same wort. It's different yeast. And you realize it's that time for a lot of people that they realize that, 80-90% of making a beer is yeast selection and fermentation. And, different yeasts, they'll adsorb, or, they'll stick to, different hop compounds and pull that out of the solution, or they'll not ferment certain sugars a certain way, and you'll get different kind of characteristics, and it'll seem like a totally different beer. And that's your opportunity to really customize what you're brewing. And when you decide to brew something, I suggest people try different yeasts. If you can, brew a little bit more wort, try different yeasts in that same wort, and see what you like. And, some yeasts will just speak to you. They'll say, "Oh, I'm the yeast for you," and you'll just fall in love with a certain yeast, and you'll use that more and more and more. It doesn't have to be the same yeast that everybody else is using. There's a lot of great yeasts out there, and if you try all these different yeasts, you'll find something that really accentuates the character you like, and that's the one you should use. And who knows? Maybe it's Edinburgh for you.
Right. So you're saying I should go to several breweries around the Bay Area and get a yeast pitch?
Exactly.
And see which one.
Start like Russian River.
Yeah.
I'd go to maybe, Lagunitas. I'd go to maybe Drake's. I'd go to 2-1A. I'd go to,
Yeah.
I think you got,
Let's have a good selection.
There you go.
Okay. So there it is. I will get the recipe from Heretic, but I will not get the yeast.
No.
No, it's fine.
You do whatever you want.
That's what I want to do. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. And so I'll do the starter after I watch the DVD, and that's how we'll do it. And then we'll have to get Jamil to be on the tasting panel too. I think to pick the best beer. Clearly, because he's on my side. So I think we should.
There you go.
But it's a blind tasting panel anyway. So. Jamil, tell us about you. Are you on your way to the CBC?
No.
What happened?
I was supposed to be speaking at the CBC on Friday, and there's just been, when you're opening a new brewery, there's just all sorts of little weird delays that come up. It's like the electricians are like, "Hey, electrical panel needs to be built." They're saying, 3 weeks.
Wow.
The floor pouring, just every little thing, getting PG&E to put out a meter.
Oh, yeah.
All stuff. It just adds all these little delays. And when I submitted my proposal to CBC, it was like last June. And, I thought for sure I'd have things either rolling or we'd be much later. And so, I had to make the decision to, skip CBC.
Oh, bummer.
Not fulfill my commitments to those folks, and just to stick with, trying to get this brewery open. We're scheduled to test fire the brew plant first week of April. If I am not there this week, gluing up Cool Fit and keeping an eye on everything and working my ass off as is Warren and Chris, we just won't have it ready for next week. And if we do that, it just pushes our move out even further, and we just ends up costing us a lot of money.
Right. So are you drinking
I hate
a lot?
to disappoint anybody.
Are you drinking to drown your sorrows?
Yeah, so I had a couple Evil Twins. They were really good.
Yeah.
Before having anything to eat, so
right.
I was feeling it.
I would be too, man. I don't. Jamil, you should have listened to your own advice years ago. I don't know why you started doing this.
Frickin' brewery.
Yeah.
It's too much work.
Right.
But no, I'm enjoying it. If I got to work, I think that the best work would be Brewcaster on the Brew Network,
right?
And second to that would be owning your own brewery,
right? Well, being a stripper is in there somewhere, but
yeah, well,
brewery's probably
that.
third.
Been there, done that.
Right? Yeah, not a dream job.
I'm old now.
Well, I worry about you. I hope you're doing all right. Don't worry about the failing. I know how you're such a committed person that you feel like you've let everybody down if you don't go do your talk. But everybody understands. It's okay, man.
Yeah, I just everybody at the BA has been so good to me, to all of us.
Yeah,
I just don't. I feel like I committed to it, and here I'm not following through on my commitments, which I hate.
That happens next to never with you. I'm sure everybody understands. So, and your commitment to open the brewery on time is important as well, because I'm very thirsty lately. So
yeah, I just need to bring some kegs down next time I'm down for the show.
Well, when I come pick up the ingredients, I'll grab myself a keg of Evil Twin.
There you go.
So I can fill that into a growler for tasting day.
I think that is dialed in.
The current Evil Twin?
Oh yeah, Twin's been dialed in for months. It's just really, really good.
This is such a great beer. That's really why I want to brew it. I do feel it is somewhat foolproof because it's a tried and true recipe. But I also, if I get it right, I'm just going to enjoy having it on tap. I love that beer. So,
there you go.
Yeah. All right, Jamil. Well, I wish you luck. I'm sorry you didn't make it out to CBC, but we're all rooting for you, man.
Oh, I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care.
All right. The great Jamil Zainashev, ladies and gentlemen. Do you really feel like you're getting the short end of the stick, JP? Nothing's really changed.
No.
Now that I'm doing my own starter, nothing's really changed. I was going to have some kid at More Beer make my recipe.
Yeah.
Or some kid at Heretic make my recipe.
Right.
So nothing's really changed, right?
Right.
You knew what you were
getting into. As long as it's not you, right?
Either way, it was not going to be me.
Yes. That's true.
So are you feeling disadvantaged?
No,
or
not at all.
Everything's good. Okay.
No, everything's fine.
What do you put the odds at? If I said 4-1,
I don't know any. I don't know anything about it.
Forget about betting. But how many times more do you think you have the chance to brew a better beer than me? Or do you think it's 1-1? Do you think it's 2-1?
Maybe 2-1, but I don't see it as a big advantage because you don't brew a lot. It's just the process as far as sparging and the effectiveness of your boil, but we both have the same fermenters. They're both going to be at the same temperature. We're probably going to be about the same amount of cleanliness. I don't see it as a big giant advantage or not.
Okay. Speaking of cleanliness, I think I got to buy a bunch of new hoses too. I haven't looked at the state of affairs of that 1550, but I'm going to evaluate that tomorrow.
Terrence has been using it, right? So it should be
I guess it has been getting used. I guess he wasn't using the hot liquor tank, but he must have been using most of it. So I'll have a look at it. Tasty, where do you set the odds?
I think JP is slightly favored, maybe 3-2 or something like that.
Doc,
I favored JP.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right.
I'd actually give him 3.
You okay with that? You look like a
no. I'm good with it. Because I do too. Yeah, I'm.
You wouldn't
give
yourself an even chance, right?
No, definitely not. And mostly, I say this all the time. People think I'm just, I don't know, just
idiot.
Yeah, or that I'm saying it and I don't mean it, but I really mean it. It's we've said it all the time. It's practice. It's how many times I've done it, and I run into these things in the middle of the brew day, and I forget how to deal with them because I haven't run into it for 2 years.
Right,
and that's all. That's why I put myself at the disadvantage.
That's why I gave him the odds. Because he's more practiced than you are.
Shit goes wrong more for me.
Can I have a little bit of your beer at the end also to bring down to the SoCal Fest? Because some of our listeners will have heard the whole thing on the air.
Yeah, I can probably give you a little bit.
And then it's just going to be like the weekend after we do it on the show, I think.
But then decide.
Then we can do a taste off down at SoCal. Sure. So not even much, a couple growlers or something.
Yeah, I can give you a Scotty.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. I think that'd be fun, and then we can let everybody play along, like we do with Candy Brew sometimes. Used to do that. So, all right. Well, I'm excited about the first Brewcaster Challenge.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's going to be a good time, and you know what? I'm excited to brew. I really am. I haven't brewed by myself. Last time we brewed at my house was to do the DVD, and I was busy doing a whole bunch of DVDing, and I didn't really get to enjoy the process. I like brewing by myself. I like just being left alone and getting out there and doing it. So I'm kind of looking forward to that this week.
Good.
Just being left alone to screw up my own damn beer.
Maybe I'll come by and just watch you.
Stare.
I'll pull a Regan. Just go, you're going to do that way, huh?
Oh, I hate that.
Really?
Dad, leave me alone.
Yeah. I hope that works for you.
All right. So that's the Brewcaster Challenge. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we got a little beer news to do, and we're going to wrap things up and get ourselves out of here. Beer news, and I think I had one other thing to do, too. But hang in there. It's the session, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit Austin Homebrew
AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, yeast nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writin' Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard to find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same. Just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Has been lost.
What happened to the city? It's in ruins.
Only one man has the ancient knowledge to restore civilization.
I need a drink. Oh no, the liquor store's been ransacked.
You looking for beer, stranger? Boy, all the liquor got drunk up in the first 25 minutes of the apocalypse.
Wait, there's still some bottles over... Oh, no. Those are non-alcoholic beer.
I reckon you better stick to arrowroot tea and a desperate nomadic existence like the rest of us.
People, I'm a home brewer. I know how to make alcohol. It can't be done. Come with me if you want the beer. Okay, I'm gonna need some big plastic buckets.
He is the chosen one. The prophecies say that he's gonna get us wasted.
Someone start heating water. And
from the creators of Northern Brewer, the people who brought you massive selection and superior customer service, comes the Home Brewer.
pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
you're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck.
All right, boys and girls, just a couple of things left to do as we wrap things up here at the Brewing Network. We got to do our Twitter game wrap up. We could take a Drunk of the Week call or two if anybody out there is feeling it. 888-401-BEER. Let's do it now. You know how this goes. There's no calls for 10 minutes, then I'm done with it. So call it now, 888-401-BEER, and we can do that. In the meantime, we're going to do some beer news here in just a second. We got Moscow back on the line with us. Hey, Scott.
Hey, guys.
But first, we want to talk about a follow-up and an experiment that we're going to do. It's a follow-up from a listener email. In fact, I think it might have been Mills who had wrote us the show idea, and we thought it was a good idea. And it was a Doc and Tasty lager experiment. And Doc and Tasty have begun the planning for that, and we're ready to conduct the experiment. You guys might have to help jog my memory. Basically, it's that the two of you each have a different lagering technique in the sense that Tasty does this kind of sped-up version. Is that right?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
A 2-week lager. And in which case, do you ferment at different temperatures in order to make that happen?
You start out cold, like a normal lager temperature, for like 2 days, 3 days, and then you start ramping it up after that.
Okay, got it.
So that by the end of like the last 3 days, it's over 70. It's like you're doing a diacetyl rest.
Oh, and okay. And Doc does a more traditional lager fermentation, which how long does that typically take?
2-3 weeks, probably.
Okay. So what you guys are going to do is, I guess Doc's going to create a wort.
Yeah.
Is that right? And then you'll both take the same wort and do your fermentation on it.
Right.
Obviously, we'll have to taste Tasties a bit sooner.
Well, we could or could not. We don't really need to.
We should probably do both.
We can do both to see how it came out.
Yeah, we might as well try it and see where it is, like right at the end of your kind of sped up one. But then we'll do the comparison, obviously, for both of them a few weeks later when they're ready. What kind of wort are you going to produce?
I was thinking about a Dortmunder, something a light lager.
Nice. You make a great Dortmunder, too. In fact, I think Tasty, you guys both make good Dortmunder. So, well, that's a good idea. They'll kind of stack the deck in both of your favor. It's in your wheelhouse, and then we're really just focused on that fermentation process.
Yeah, I think we talked about just me making the wort and then giving...
And pitching the yeast, so that way take that variable out of it.
Yeah. Then I've got to find a way to get it to you.
I'll have combine with a carboy that day or day before.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, I'm thinking about probably in the next
pick it up that day.
8 or 10 days probably.
All right, give me a date and I'll have come by that day and for the knockout, if not the whole thing.
All right, yeah, I'll figure it out and we'll get that. So
perfect.
That sounds pretty controlled. So you'll do the same starter, the same yeast, and you'll have it pitched. So everything up until the actual fermentation part is exactly the same.
Yeah,
nice.
So we'll just.
Okay.
You want me to pitch it into the same conical, and then we'll drain it off the conical?
Well, is that going to work? I mean, you're going to have to. If I'm there, you could. I don't know. Let's think about that.
If you go at the end when you're transferring wort, you could transfer it right into your own vessel and pitch that way, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's just pitching. We want to pitch at the same rate.
So I see.
Just say I did my own pitching, either with Doc, at Doc's place or not. I could pitch higher and get a different result based on that.
Right.
So we're going to figure a way to blend, get it blended.
True mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it might be better to do it into the one giant conical. What size is that enormous conical that you have, Doc?
That's the 24-gallon.
24-gallon more beer conical there.
You're going to fill it up and ferment that much beer, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not going to have a whole brew day and.
Well, we can just be exact about how much of your pitch of your starter you add to each vessel, and I'll just do the same thing into mine. You can give me the wort and I can fill a jar up with the yeast. I can pitch it home if you just give me the exact amount that matches what you did into your conicals. Is that possible? Or you're coming out of like a 2.5 gallon carboy or something where you don't.
Yeah. Basically, I
the big pitch.
Yeah, I'll step it up a couple of times and I'll have 2.5 gallon carboy on the stir plate.
Okay, so that's a little bit harder to.
Yeah. Well, why don't you guys think about that, Doc? Give it some thought. Think about what the best way to keep it being the same thing. What we can report back. That's no problem. When do you think you're going to brew the wort?
Probably next Sunday or Monday.
Okay.
Well, do you have an empty weight on your 2.5 gallon carboy? I'm saying, can we get the weight of the starter? That way, if you've got, what size batch are you making?
Probably about 25 gallon batch.
All right, so if you've got, you're going to put 20 under for a minute, and I'm going to put 5. I'll just take 5. I'll just take 25% or 20%.
Okay, we can do
of the by weight of the starter.
All right, we can do that.
Yeah. There you go. Problem solved.
Right.
See, tasty. He's a thinker.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the lager experiment, and then they'll take it away, and we'll come back and talk about the differences. It's not a Brewcaster challenge, this one. It's just really to talk about the different techniques and see what we can pick up. Yeah. Tasty, is it your experience that you think there's very little difference?
Oh, no, there'll be a difference.
Okay.
This would be acceptable difference is what I'm predicting.
Got it.
Or a preference.
Yeah, or you may say, I like the crispness of yours, Tasty, because,
Yeah.
And some may say, I like the soft, very lagered flavors of yours, Doc.
We'll do a blind taste first, right? We'll let us all try it that way, and then we'll reveal and talk about the nuances. Okay. So, an example of a great show idea that came in from a listener, and we're going to get it done for you that way.
Well, I could drink Tasty's Dortmunder all day long.
Yeah,
not have a problem with it. So
it's won a couple of awards.
Yeah,
very nice. All right, Moscow, let's do some beer news before we got to get out of here. Beer news brought to you today by Brewmaster's Warehouse. You can go to brewmasterswarehouse.com, and they're the home of that wonderful little gadget where you can shop on their site and put in your ingredients for your recipe. You actually build your recipe, and it goes into the shopping cart. It's the Brew Builder recipe builder, and it goes right in your shopping cart, and you're ready to go. Check them out. They're a longtime sponsor, really good to us over there at Brewmaster's Warehouse. What do we got today, Moscow?
Well, you touched on it a little bit earlier, but let's report the story. Our listeners in the great state of Mississippi, you guys, you don't have to be theoretical brewers any longer. You can actually just brew. Mississippi has legalized homebrewing. The 21st Amendment, they left regulation of alcohol to the states, as everybody probably knows. So homebrewing's federally legal, but it was up to the individual states to make their own rules, and Mississippi and Alabama have been holding out, but not Mississippi anymore. A bill was passed by the Senate in February and was signed just a few days ago by Governor Phil Bryant. It's now law. That leaves Alabama, but who could blame him? With Noah being a wino and all.
Right.
Quote from AHA Director Gary Glass: "From our founding fathers to our current president, this country has been a long and storied tradition of homebrewing. We appreciate the support of all the homebrewers, the dedicated grassroots efforts of Raise Your Pints, and the legislators who have worked so diligently to make homebrewing a reality in Mississippi. They're grateful to the senator who introduced the bill and to the governor. Good times. Mississippi can homebrew."
Noah was a little wino.
Exactly. So you can't homebrew in Alabama, but Mississippi, now you can.
Only one state left, and once again, the AHA is doing a great job, and so are those people on the ground there in Mississippi, and that's nice to see. One more down.
Then we start working on Puerto Rico and the other territories.
Right. One less reason to go to jail in Mississippi now.
How long do you think it's going to take Alabama? Are we saying 2014? Are we saying 2028?
I hope they never change. I hope they're the last assholes in the country.
What is MEAD? What is that?
They are the last assholes in the country.
Well, they're not the only assholes in the country, though.
I see. Yeah.
Texas is still a state, right?
I mean, it's gotten close twice.
Yes.
I don't see it happening in 2014. There's going to have to be, I think, a shift in the people in the Senate, in the state Senate, and in the state government
after the election.
On a whole before we see it happen. So I guess it depends on who gets reelected and who gets unseated, I think.
But now they know they're the last holdout.
Right. Yeah. But they might like that. They might cling to that. Like, we don't need to follow what everybody else is doing. That's what they sound
Everybody
like.
else is wrong and we're right.
Right.
Rabble.
Rabble. All right, what else you got?
A Finnish brewery, it's called Stallhagen. They've announced that they plan to replicate a beer discovered in a 200-year-old shipwreck at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. Divers discovered the beer in July 2010 as they were salvaging. They found a bunch of champagne and they found beer. Incredibly, both the beer and the champagne were still drinkable. They're saying it was preserved by a combination of the salt water, low current, a consistent 41-degree temperature, pressure from the sea, and complete darkness. So all of those things kind of work together to keep this stuff preserved.
I think that's a dumb thing to do.
What, is replicating the beer?
Yeah.
Why?
It probably wasn't good back then.
I don't know. I'm just not one of these. I was like, who cares? Every time we find something, some beer relic, we're like, oh, let's reproduce it.
Well, it's because
let it die.
There are people who will line up for 4 days to drink it.
Yeah.
That's why. If people would start being smart with the way that they consume beer, there wouldn't be stupid beers on the market. Well, and also, unless you're going to brew it the exact way it was brewed 200 years ago,
well, that's what they're going to try to do. I guess
there's no way. There's no way they're not going to be consistent with the grain that they get and the color spectrum of the grain, because that wasn't consistent back then. The quality of the malt wasn't nearly as good back then as it is now. So you're not really replicating it. You're just making a Baltic porter.
And JP's actually right, because the samples of the beer were analyzed by a Finnish laboratory, and they determined its composition kind of. Like, it's a pale ale, and they're saying it's remarkably similar to modern craft beer, but to JP's point, the analysis was not able to determine if the beer was made solely of barley malt or whether it also contained other grains, and etc. So you're never really going to replicate it, but it's a gimmick, man. It'll sell.
Right. But I guess I'm all for trying the beer, because like you said, they thought of there's all these factors that kept the beer fresh. You know,
I would love to drink it.
And but yeah, so
I would
giving
love to try it.
I understand that, but then going, I'll say now we're going to replicate it.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Let it die.
Yes,
Moscow. Have you been drinking coffee stout? You're talking awfully.
Why, can you smell it?
You're talking really fast.
I've been drinking my dad's homebrew until the CO2 kicked on us a minute ago.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the Skype or something. It's speeding me up.
All right. What else you got?
Our friends at Ska Brewing out of Colorado, they make Euphoria, Euphoria. It's their pale ale. Our other friends at Duclaw Brewing in Maryland make Euphoria with an F in English brown ale, but it's not going to be true for much longer because Ska has filed. See, I told you I've been drinking homebrew.
Yeah.
A petition at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. They're asking them to revoke Duclaw's rights to the name Euphoria.
Yeah.
Ska's been using Euphoria since 2005. They claim they should have common law rights to the name. Justin brings this up a lot. Duclaw obtained the rights to use Euphoria in 2009. Interestingly, though, Ska says they made the move after they received a cease and desist letter from Duclaw.
I see. I don't know. It's a beer name. It's, you know, if it's your company name, if it's your recognizable logo. But if it's the name of one product, I don't know if it's worth the whole thing. And clearly, maybe they have common law rights to it, Ska. I can give them that. But they didn't file for the actual rights, which means that when Duclaw did it and the Trademark Association does a search and they don't find it as a registered trademark anywhere or it being defended anywhere, then they legally gave the rights to Duclaw because it hadn't been defended anywhere. And so, technically, Duclaw has the rights. Now, to then send out a cease and desist, I don't know. Are they really competing in the same market quite a bit?
No. That's the whole thing. I looked it up, and as far as I can tell, no. So it's especially confusing because it's not as if you'll see both on the shelf somewhere.
Right. Duclaw is back east. I just read a thing about they moved into one of their neighboring states, and that was a big deal for them.
Oh.
Ska, you can find it kind of out here and maybe smatterings across the U.S., but I would venture to bet not anywhere near where people have been trained that this beer Euphoria is from Ska.
It would almost make me want to buy the beer. If I was a fan of Ska Euphoria and then I saw Duclaw Euphoria, I'd be like, oh, I should try that one too. Like, you know, see what I mean? I don't even know if it's taking away any business. Also, I would be curious to know how many repeated beer names there are in general. Don't you think that tons of breweries are using the same beer names?
Sure.
Yes, they are, and not only that, we didn't talk about it when we had Duclaw on the show, but they, in particular, have the same names as many other well-known beers. A lot. Their Blackjack Porter, for example, and Sawtooth are both used by Left Hand Brewing. Their Bare Ass is also used by Silverton Brewing. They use Consecration, which is a Russian River beer. So, yeah, the list goes on, and Duclaw ain't the only ones.
Again, I'm not against defending your brand and your place in the market. But you got to pick that wisely. And if it's just the name of a beer, I don't know. I mean, if it's your flagship beer that's going to take over the world, like Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, then I guess you go defend it. But if it's just a beer in your lineup, I don't know, leave it alone. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
Or
that's interesting.
Make up another name. If you know that there's a beer out there, if you do a search and there's a beer out there called, Blazing Balls, come up with a better name.
Yeah, like Blazing Ball.
Yeah. Or Ball Blazings.
Ball on fire.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When did we stop getting creative in this country
The
about
lawyers will
naming
win.
shit?
That's about it.
Why
Right.
Why is it always what everybody else has? Why can't we be creative on our own? Why do we have to steal shit?
We're dumb.
We are dumb.
What else you got?
Another one related to the AB InBev Grupo Modelo thing that's continuing. U.S. antitrust regulations have been a headache, as we've reported on this show, while AB InBev tries to buy Grupo Modelo. But wine seller Constellation Brands, those regulations are just the gifts that keep on giving. So they're based out of New York, Constellation. They're one of the world's largest alcohol companies, if you haven't heard of them. Their portfolio includes Robert Mondavi, Claude Dubois. They own Svedka Vodka and a lot of other brands. They could become soon the number 3 beer player in the U.S. under an expanded $4.75 billion side deal with InBev. So basically, if the deal goes through, then Constellation is going to get a whole bunch of the AB InBev portfolio. They're going to get the licensing rights to all the Grupo Modelo beers that AB InBev acquires if the deal goes through. And just to give you an idea of how big of a deal it would be for Constellation, just on the news of it maybe happening, their shares jumped 37% on the New York Stock Exchange the day after.
Wow. So they get an enormous portfolio out of it, is the deal.
That is correct.
Or a more enormous portfolio is really what it is.
Yep. So they're praying to God Almighty that this thing goes through. But it really is a 50-50. I mean, it remains to be seen if the government is going to allow it to happen.
I don't know why anybody ever opened a brewery when you should just be a distributor. Like these are the people making the money.
Right.
I mean, that's wow.
Everyone knows the middleman is where you make money.
Right.
Yeah. Like the producers.
Yes, yeah, Scott's the one.
It's not radio, because you don't make money in radio, but like film and TV.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the news.
All right, Moscow. Thanks, buddy.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Have a safe trip. Cheers.
Yep. Bye.
All right. I do have Drunk of the Week calls all lined up. Let's go to Casey in Folsom. He's back on. Going for Drunk of the Week this time. Casey, what's happening?
Hello?
Hey, buddy. Is that good, huh?
Pretty good. I had a bitter monk and some chain breaker white IPAs and some Lagunitas little something.
Were you just asleep?
I was riding a scooter.
In your house?
Which always slows down my thinking.
Not my house, but there was a scooter in the house, and I was like, I might as well ride it because I have nothing else to do.
You sound drunk.
Did you hit your head?
I am very, very drunk.
Mm-hmm. Are you only on alcohol tonight?
Yes.
You're not on any sort of painkiller?
Alcohol.
No. No, but alcohol is kind of a painkiller, if you think about it.
Yeah. Hang on, let me sit here and think about it.
Why don't you think about that?
I have thought about it.
Casey, of the other times you've called in for Drunk of the Week,
this is the most exciting.
Tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the drunkest you've ever called in, what is today?
Sunday.
I guess 11.
All right.
This is the over the most drunkest.
I can basically guarantee you that if I keep drinking the way that I've been drinking earlier, that I'll probably throw up. So I'm gonna, after the Sunday session, I'm gonna go a little bit slower. I just felt like I needed to score higher on the drunk of the week.
What state is the Grand Canyon in?
Confusion.
I didn't even know there was going to be fucking questions, man. Last time, I think you said it was... The last time was Arizona, right?
That's right.
You said no, but you asked that like.
All right, you're in the running for drunk of the week, Casey.
Well, last time it was in Arizona. Where is it now?
Yeah, I should have done a follow-up question.
Right.
If the Grand Canyon, let's go to Bottled Anger in Virginia. If the Grand Canyon was in Arizona last time, where is it now?
Jesus, I don't know. Did it move to Colorado or something?
Yes. He's a good drunk
How
of the
did
week.
you know?
How drunk are you, Bottled Anger?
I'm actually not terribly drunk. I was actually calling to tell y'all about a really interesting beer I brewed. I brewed 100% wheat beer.
Oh. All grain?
Yeah. So it was like 16.8 pounds of wheat and a whole pound of rice hulls. And I fly sparge because I'm a man. And
good on you.
But it kicked ass, and I planned for only 60% efficiency, and I got like 61, so that kind of sucked. But but I did do a double decoction, so that was pretty kick ass. And I don't know, it was great actually. I didn't have a single problem with stuck mash. And also, I want to mention, I signed up for BYO versus via the Brewing Network.
Thank you.
And there, in the newest issue, there's something about
or is that Bevo?
That's not me. That's not me, actually.
It's not Bevo either. I have her turned off. It's Moscow. Or it's Tour. No, it's Tour. I have him on hold. Sorry. My fault.
Well, so in the latest BYO, there's this article about whirlpool hopping, where you put in the hops and you let it whirlpool for 30 minutes after flame out, and then you lower it down to 170 degrees, and you whirlpool for add in some more hops, whirlpool for another 20 minutes. So I tried this out, and it is intensely hoppy. It's awesome. I'm going to be doing this in every hoppy beer from now on.
How old is the beer?
It's 3 weeks now.
I'd be interested to see how it ages at that weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had so much hop flavor from any beer that I've made. And it's cool because the article recommended consider the amount of dry hops you might put in, and then do half of that as the whirlpool hops. So
right.
Yeah. So I don't know. So it was a really fun experiment. I recommend people try it, but honestly, I probably won't do it again because the efficiency was so terrible.
It sounds like a lot of work.
Well, you could try throwing
whirlpool hopping.
No.
His whole brew day.
Oh, the 170 degrees, I think?
No.
Yeah.
But his grain efficiency.
A lot.
Oh, the weird.
You could try throwing some barley in it, and you'll get more enzymes. And maybe 10%, and your efficiency will go way up too. Because you get more enzymes in there.
All right, there you go. Thank you for the call, Bottled Anger. I appreciate it very much. Let's now go to Riggs.
Bevo has a question.
Hi, Bevo.
It's not a question.
Oh.
You had my microphone turned off, and you know I don't type that fast.
That's a good point. Yeah, it was very it was very effective and fast.
Dear Target, I tried to return this
I did not go on Target one time tonight.
No, you went on 4 times.
Riggs, what's happening, buddy?
Hello,
Riggs, bro.
Fuck yeah, son.
Son, what's up, bro? What's up, B?
What's poppin', yeah?
Oh, man, just sitting here marinating in the cut. Dog, what's about you, B? What's up, B?
I'm fucking marinating this motherfucking ABVs and shit, you know what I'm saying? You know what I do?
Oh, sit, play.
I don't even know what's happening.
Fuck no, dog. Is it Tuesday yet?
Yeah.
Fuck, dog.
Then we follow them hamburgers, dog.
Huh?
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday. Popeye for hamburgers.
Wimpy?
You can't do a Popeye joke in the ghetto.
What talking about, son?
The only Popeye I know is when I beat your ass. Pop, pop, pop.
That's
What's poppin'? Hey, I haven't talked to you motherfuckers in a long ass time, y'all. What the fuck is up? You guys are doing some shit, yo.
I don't know. Are you drunk, Riggs? Are you calling for drunk of the week?
Dude, yeah,
calling for ethnic
bit.
stereotype of the week.
Yeah.
Those
Fuck you, JP, dude. Fuck that shit, yo.
Sounds like he's smoking a doobie right now.
That's how he always
sounds, dude. Light that shit, light that shit, smoke that shit, son.
Right.
And then that's, yeah. And then eat hella Doritos, son. For like
hey,
shit.
Those are the nastiest shit, dude. I did that.
All right, Riggs. I got other.
Roll that shit, light it, smoke it, and then fucking totally fall asleep, bro.
Fuck that, dude. Those are nasty, yo.
Microwave macaroni and cheese.
Don't do that, dude. It's bad for your health.
I don't know which one of you's talking anymore. Riggs, are you calling it for drunk of the week?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, son.
Hell yeah, B.
You know how to do?
How drunk?
No, do this shit. No.
How drunk are you?
Fuck Taco Bell.
All right.
I wanted to ask him a pertinent question.
Too bad. Let's go to Todd in San Diego. Todd, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, dude?
How are you, man?
I'm good.
You hammered?
You? I'm freaking hammered. We went to Beer Fest today.
Oh, yeah? What Beer Fest?
Oh, we went to the Mission Valley Craft Beer and Food Festival.
And then you just
down here in San Diego.
And you just kept it going when you got home?
Oh, yeah, I kept it going. My wife's pissed.
Oh, yeah? Was she pissed that you even went to the Beer Fest, or pissed that you kept it going?
No. Actually, I love my wife. It was her idea to go. It was awesome. And then I got way too shit-faced because she was pouring all her beers into my glass.
Oh.
And here I am shit-faced, and now I'm acting like an idiot, and she's mad at me.
Oh, it's nothing she hasn't seen before, I'm sure.
No, I'm married, I said.
He makes a good point.
Yeah.
Well, right now, I'll tell you what, it's between Todd and Casey in my book. They're both pretty drunk. Casey rode a scooter.
Fuck that Casey guy.
Do you have a scooter you can ride around your house right now? See if you can piss off your wife a little more?
I don't have a scooter, but I've got to do a burnout in the garage.
I'll take it.
You want to burn out in the garage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You do. Well, it's probably going to wake my kids up, and then it's going to even piss off my wife even more. But
well, what you do is go in the garage, start the scooter, and then lean on the horn until your wife comes. And once she comes in the door, do the burnout. And then keep eye contact with her at all times.
All right, look, dude, I'm going out the garage, but I looked at my wife on the way out here, and she was shaking her head no.
Right.
So I'm telling you, if I do this, it better be worth it.
Men are smarter than women. We know better. Don't worry about her.
Am I the only one that can hear somebody taking a piss in one of the headphones?
Over and over again? It's like a rain stick.
Is that the Skype that I have on hold? That it just
is it tour?
Is it bleeding over through the mixing board?
I think that was my keys, man.
No,
I'm shitty, but I'm not on the scooter.
So you can do the burnout?
You want it?
Oh, yeah.
Give it to me.
Okay.
Poppy.
Oh, it started.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, get the phone down there close so I can hear it.
Oh, you hear it?
Yeah.
Don't run over it.
All right, give me a second here. There we go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put you down. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Give me 1 second.
There we go.
You're not going to insult me, dude.
Are you getting this?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, here.
I heard something.
Does that count? My wife just came out shaking her head. I mean, doing like that. I'm going to kill you.
That counts, my friend. Well done, sir. Going the extra mile.
My two other guys didn't do that shit. That scooter, give me a break. I got a road bike.
Did he say he's going to do it on his road bike now?
Who fucking knows? I can't understand
Don't
him.
do it.
I think he said, breaker, what to get the road bike out on a scooter.
Yeah, he should. I actually heard it clearer when it wasn't on speakerphone.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. I think he hung up.
Sounds like my...
off.
Oh, there he is.
Sounds like my douchey neighbor.
Hey, I'm not a douchey neighbor.
No, you
Was
sound...
that JP?
You sound like my douchey neighbor. But not you. Now
Oh, you're a douche.
I don't know what's happening.
All right, before this gets ugly. All right, Todd, thank you for the call. You are now in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend.
I've never been learning that fucking Drunk of the Week shit.
All right, buddy. Cheers.
Yeah.
All right, no more Drunk of the Week calls, Beaver. What else do I have? I got a couple more in the queue.
Yep.
Line 1 is 2 in the stew.
2 in the stew. Line 2 is Steven.
Okay. 2 in the stew. What's happening, buddy? Sorry, try that again. How are you, man?
I'm fantastic.
Can you top doing? Can you top doing a burnout in the garage on your scooter while your wife is pissed off at you?
Well, light my wife on fire.
I don't think that was me. That wasn't me. We're in the car.
Okay, he's drunk.
Yeah, because he said he doesn't think it was him.
Right, but
it might have been him.
It could have been because he can only think back 5 minutes. Whatever happened before 5 minutes ago, I cannot vouch for.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah.
By the way, I have a list of things for you.
Okay.
I made last Sunday.
This is promising.
In no particular
You hear
order.
his wife screaming, or whoever in the background.
Yeah.
No!
Oh, then it's going to be good. Okay, I'm ready.
The list was, I made the list because I'll be too drunk to remember.
Yeah.
Length show, good. Justin, your drunkenness, you must have more drinking on air. You guys are doing a great job. More drinking. It's fun.
See, I thought it was the worst show we've done in a long time, but okay. Well, that's good.
You know, actually, he brings up a good point. Upon reflection, the next day after that show, I think you should have won Drunk of the Week.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, I was drunk. I was not lying. Yeah. I was pretty fucking drunk. All right. 2 in the stew. You're in the running for Drunk of the Week, man.
Woo! That's it. I love you guys.
Hey, wait. Let me talk to your wife.
That's it? No, there's so much more.
What are you up to? What you wearing, baby?
What am I wearing?
Yeah, he answered. 2 in the stew answered. Yeah, what are you wearing? just these. This old thing. It's a pair of 501s and a t-shirt.
I'm wearing a two-way, but I'm not quite sure what that means.
All right, you two. Have a good night. You are in the running for Drunk of the Week. Last but not least, good old Steve-O. What's happening, buddy?
We don't know that for sure.
Hey. I'm warning you. Warning you. I'm fucking drunk. I'm warning you. I'm gonna be talking like a motherfucker.
What's up, B?
I'm warning you. You're gonna mute me. You're gonna cut me off. I'm fucking drunk, man.
What did you do today?
Hey, my wife treated me to fucking Beechwood Brewing today, and we fucking drank a shitload, dude. She went to go get the laundry right now, so I'm trying to sneak a call in real quick.
And by go get the laundry, you mean she went to steal somebody else's laundry down at the laundromat?
No, I tried to convince her. I said, babe, hey, my birthday's tomorrow, right? So she took me to lunch today.
I need a new jacket.
So,
go down to the laundromat.
I need a new bicycle.
I need a new wheelchair. Yeah, you have laundry? It's okay, wheelchair.
Hey,
yeah.
I tried to convince her. I said, babe, come on, I want to win a fucking Drunk of the Week medal for my birthday, bro. Bro, I called her bro. What you do? What you do?
Bro.
Boner chicken with me? And she goes, what the fuck is boner chicken? I said, I'm going to put my cock out and stare at you. She goes, fuck you. She got all mad. Now she's all pissed, bro.
Stare at my boner, stare at my boner. It moved, you lose. Boner chicken.
All right.
She's not going to do it. She's not going to do it. She went to go get the laundry because she knows it's calling in. She goes, fuck that. I'm going to go do the laundry.
I didn't sign up for this. I ain't doing no boner chicken with you, bro.
I like how his wife, when she gets mad, goes and does laundry.
Yeah.
That should piss my girlfriend off more often.
Right. That's Rob every day. Don't you make me mad. You piss me off every time I clean the bathroom.
It's my birthday!
Yeah.
Justin, you can also be thankful that this is also you're contributing to this. This is your life's work.
Steve-O
right
is part
here.
of my life's work right here. Yeah.
That's okay, Nicole Ernie. Hey, I feel like I blew my wad last weekend because I was laying on floors in the tile. Last weekend I was laying on the floor in the tile, like in the restroom, and Doc nailed it, dude.
Hey,
I wasn't in the restroom, though. I wasn't in the restroom. I was in the kitchen.
Hugging that cold tile.
Hey, Steve-O, you sound like you're eating your phone.
Yeah.
Back it off a little.
Who is this?
Bevo.
It's your wife.
I'm helping you out there.
Is that you, honey?
Oh, Bevo. You son of my wife, Bevo. Kick back. Relax.
Kick back up, Bevo.
Kick back and relax. Yeah, Bevo, relax.
And go do some laundry.
That's something.
I love him.
B?
No? All right, Steve-O, you're in the running, dude.
Dude, I love you guys, motherfuckers. Peace.
We love you. Peace out, Steve-O. All right. Let's got one more because I got Thor, who's been taking the longest piss on planet Earth the whole time he's been on hold.
And typing.
Thor, what's happening? Thor.
Hey, how you guys?
How you doing, man?
How you doing? I'm okay. Thank you very much. How are you?
Good. Are you drunk?
Yeah, pretty much.
What is it, like 6 a.m. there?
Well, close to 5.
I see.
He's very polite when he's drunk.
Yeah, that's how you know he's drunk.
Very much. How are you?
He calls and yells at us when he's sober.
Yeah.
But when he's drunk, he's like, "Oh, hey guys, how are you doing?
How are you? Great. I just went to IKEA.
Yeah, sorry
awesome.
about taking the piss. I didn't think I would be on air.
No, it's my fault. Something's wrong with that. You actually pointed out a problem in my board here. Now I know.
I thought he just was installing a Zen water feature. I had no idea.
I'm like trying to listen. I got everything off, and I can just hear this trickle of water in my left ear. And
sounds like my old man taking a piss.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. You're not drunker than the. We've had some pretty drunk calls tonight.
I was just gonna say I'm not as drunk as some of these guys. So
right. Well, good effort anyway.
Yeah.
Feel free to play again.
Yeah.
I like it. This is my favorite part about Tour. Yeah. Chill out. Tour has.
I'm chilling out.
Tour has a better. How should I put this? Tour has less of an accent than Americans living in America.
Yeah, he has a better grasp of the English language than most Americans.
Steve-O and Riggs going, "Oh man, what's up?" And Tour's like, "Hey, how are you? Very good. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. How are you? Thank you very much."
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I learned that I need to be very pronounced.
Yeah, that's good enough. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't speak English very well either.
Be pronounced.
No, that's how he knows when he's drunk. He loses his accent.
Yeah.
Right. Sounds like a cowboy.
Yeah. Well, then we have different vowels and different. We have sounds. We have different sounds that are probably harder for his foreign mouth to make.
I don't know.
So you have to enunciate.
Oh, no. Your sounds are very easy for me to make. I'll give you some other sounds if you want it.
Yes.
Yeah, please do.
Rød med fløde.
See?
I think I heard this on a porno.
That's actually Danish for you.
Yeah, Danish and even German vowels. We have easy vowels.
Skjord.
Yeah.
You have to go, "Ugh," and you have to curl up your tongue and do weird things. Yeah. All right, Thor, I got to go. But
thank you for the call.
Yeah, thank you for the call, brother. Thanks for the thanks for the on-air piss, huh? How about it?
You're welcome for us calling you, brother.
You're welcome.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers. Bye.
There you go. A great tour. Okay, so let's do Twitter game, and then we'll announce our Drunk of the Week winner. And hey, don't forget, we're doing this Brewcaster Challenge, and you know what I'm going to use to put my recipe in, even though I don't have to because it's a recipe that somebody else made for me, and I'm just going to pick up the ingredients. Beersmith. You can go to beersmith.com right now and get your free 21-day trial to use the Beersmith brewing software. It's the only up-to-date brewing software out there. It uses you can use it on both Mac and OS. If you go over to beersmith.com, there's actually a ton of different features that you can go look through. There's a recipe database. Brad over there actually does his own video podcast, so you can get a lot of great interviews. And but really, its sharing features are just awesome. You can get recipes from all over the place, and it's just a great piece of very robust brewing software. You can scale up or scale down your recipes and really just adjust every part of the process, but you don't have to take my word for it. You get a free 21-day trial, and he does that because he knows damn well that when you're done with it, you're going to keep it. You're going to want it. It's a badass piece of brewing software. Go check it out, beersmith.com. All right, what was our Twitter game?
Our Twitter game was, I would like a good hop pun. Hopefully
my favorite, yeah.
Hopefully, we can finally put this whole hoppy burp day bullshit to bed.
Oh, it's not going to do that, though. It's just going to encourage more of it. But you're pretty good at it already, JP.
Hopefully.
That was not bad.
Because instead of hopefully...
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Tasty, did we get it?
Get it what? Right?
He's looking at his Twitter followers.
I see.
I'm looking into my Twitter. Yeah, see what's on Twitter.
I got shit to do, bro.
Yeah. I need to see. Yeah, B?
All right, what do we got?
Spelling B?
What submissions did you get?
From Matt Capel, Hoppy Hippos. It's a good first salvo. It's fine.
No, it's the more they make me sigh. They're really they're winners, right?
Yeah.
They've done it.
Edward, who is Mantro, he says, but my hops are community property.
Okay.
Okay. Shouldn't it be hungry hoppos?
Well, that could have been your submission.
There you go.
On Twitter.
Yeah, tweet it in.
Yeah, I didn't really get it either.
Loco Homebrewer says, come on, get hoppy. And he says, it helps if you remember who the heck the Partridge Family was.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Caleb Wilson says, hops what she said.
Oh, God.
That was ridiculous.
I want to punch Caleb in the throat.
Fail. Big fat fail.
Woo! Blobber Bleeby says, hop you die like Columbus with a tomahawk deeply set inside your skull and while your horse cascades off a cliff.
Fuck my ass. I can't deal with this topic. That one is... He went above and beyond the Call of Duty.
I couldn't even groan for that one. You're getting to the better ones, right?
Yeah. Well, there's more, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't say if they're better or worse. Spider Wrangler says, trick Twitter game prompt, there are no good hop puns. Fuck you all.
Ooh, I like that.
Thank you.
Chris B. I would change your name, Chris. I'd put a fucking comma in that shit.
Yeah.
He says, I did it all for the Chinooki. I think I earned double douche point, or he said douche point, for referencing Limp Bizkit. They sucked Sriracha
Ace That one's good.
Not bad, huh?
That one's good.
I do like that one.
Oh,
and this, the last one from my close personal friend, Scott Checkett. He says, what do you call a hop plant when it goes crazy and its cones no longer produce? Amanda Bynes.
I don't get it.
Entertainment joke, Amanda Bynes, and she doesn't do shit anymore. And the Byne is a...
I got it.
Yeah, you have to think about it.
I just didn't laugh.
I thought it was at least the most creative.
It was.
I thought I did it all for the Chinooki was the most creative.
That was great.
I thought that was.
Actually, I think Blobbers was the most creative.
Which one was his?
The Columbus
That was the long
buried
one?
skull.
The long one.
The one that made me want to kill myself?
I think they all win. Actually, the Hoppy Hippos, I'm going to take that away. Community property, I don't like that very much.
No, you can take that out.
Hops what she said. Whatever.
No, that's terrible.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't even work.
I'm totally
It's not even a pun. Is it?
Hops what
right.
she said.
I kind of like that one.
I'm going to start using it every day of my life.
And then it'll finally click and it'll work for you.
Yeah.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. If you'll use it enough.
I doubt it.
I don't influence your vocabulary?
What else do you have on your list?
That's it.
That you're going to keep?
Oh.
So you want Hops Your Mama? Is that what it was?
Yeah, Hops Your Mom. That's
okay,
exactly
that one. And what's the next one?
Hops What She Said is what, and then Blobbers was Hoppy.
Okay, yeah, they got that one, yeah.
Don't do it again.
Yeah.
Spider Wrangler says there are none good ones, and to fuck us.
Okay.
He wants to fuck us, I guess.
Yeah.
And then Chris B said he did it all for the Chinooki.
Well, I vote Chinooki, but that's just me. Beaver?
I vote Chinooki.
Doc?
And now that song's in my head.
I like Blobbers.
Okay. Tasty? Chinooki.
Well, I just get...
doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would be 3 to... All right, I did it all for the Chinooki is our Twitter game winner.
You won, Chris B.
I wonder if he's used it elsewhere before tonight, or if he just thought of it.
I hope so. I hope that's part of his everyday lingo. Cause
when he goes to the homebrew club meeting,
he's such a douche.
Why did you do that? I did it all for the Shinduki.
And everyone goes, I don't.
What?
Who brought their drunk friend?
So Sugar Valley Brewer sent us in a couple new songs this week.
Yeah.
And one of them I really want to play, but I don't think I can. I think I have to have him do some edits to it.
You know, speaking of edits, he submitted for the Twitter game a couple of times, and
you couldn't use them?
No, because from what you've told me about the other song, yeah.
So a song I will play for you. He wrote in a song called "Cry Babies," which apparently was inspired by recent forum events.
I hope it's like a doo-wop style.
But he wrote another song called "Bevo's Big Ass." Which
do not play that.
I'm not. Yeah. I need to. I will play it eventually, but he needs to do some edits to it because it starts out funny and then it's not nice.
And then it's mean.
I think it was an accident, but it's not nice. So we'll come back to that one next week. But for this week, we'll play "Crybabies." How about that, Evo?
I will cut some Sugar Valley Brewer.
I know. That's part of why I'm like leaving it out.
And you swear you've heard that man, but swear his ass is small. Come on.
Well, that's true. Maybe that's why he feels like he can.
No, he can't. We're not friends. He doesn't know me.
Right. All right. So this one is called "Crybabies," another song from Sugar Valley Brewer. Something.
It's the session, and I listen, and I don't hear the love no more, and I don't hear all the homebrew stuff, and I don't hear what I want. The brewcasters don't care about me and my homebrew beer. Boo-hoo, wah, 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 boo-hoo. Don't call me crybaby like they did at my work today. I run home to my mommy and suck on her tits. And the brewcasters take their days off, lounging around in their luxury, smoking cigars, drinking beer, while the army is suffering. They make fun of us listeners, mistakenly thinking that we give a big ol' whopping flying shit about them anyway. The brewcasters don't really care about me and my homebrew.
Sugar Valley Brewer, ladies and gentlemen. What a great tribute.
That was actually a really good song.
Isn't it good?
Because it wasn't about me.
It didn't mention your butt.
It's in a different key. Changed up his deal.
Should I play just the first part of it?
No.
Yeah, do it.
No, I'll wait. I gotta get a new edit.
Why don't you sing part of it?
I only listened to it once, and I laughed all the way through, and then I was like, oh, not all the way through. Then it got to the end.
A little creepy?
Yeah. We might have to edit that one down just a little bit. Okay. I think we did everything. Let's pick a Drunk of the Week winner. I'm just going to give you the highlights. Casey was real drunk.
Yeah.
I guess Riggs was pretty drunk. Put him in there.
Yeah.
Todd did the scooter against
burnout
against his wife is already pissed. 2 in the stew. I don't think he was very drunk.
But he didn't know if he was.
He didn't know if he did the burnout.
Oh, that's true. He didn't know if he did the burnout.
I don't think I did the burnout. I don't think that was me.
That's true. Okay, he was drunk. And then Steve-O. Steve-O was drunk.
Oh, yeah.
But Steve-O's always drunk.
Not like that.
Yeah,
not like that, man.
He's always at that level all the time.
Has he won?
No,
Yeah.
get close.
Yeah, he's won. No, he's won. Really? Right? Hasn't he won?
I thought he had.
And then Thor called him, but he agreed that he wasn't really that drunk. So, I'm going Todd. Scooter burnout. That's my vote. Anybody want to vote for somebody else?
Yeah. Well, I thought Casey was clearly just
Yeah,
straight
I
out
thought
drunk.
Casey was real drunk.
Yeah? I felt like he was faking it.
Really?
Yeah.
Why now, after 8 years, are you keying in on people faking Drunk of the Week?
Because I'm a slow learner.
He called back after you hung up on him and was like sad. He was like, "What did I do?" It was like,
oh, really?
Dude, I gotta go.
Is he a sad drunk?
You should have told him.
Well, he was just like,
you got fired.
Was I too drunk? Am I too drunk?
No, I
Like,
just was done
There's
with
no
you.
such thing. It's cool.
I'm done with this one.
We're done.
Terrence Black would like to vote from a distance.
Okay.
He wants to vote for Steve-O.
Is this the Bette Midler vote?
Yes, because I don't get it. Because
Thank you.
He's Steve-O is offering Terrence beer on Facebook.
No, so it's a bribed vote? Then no, he cannot vote.
No, but he's like super drunk and saying, "I'm going to send you beer, man." He's like harassing Terrence. So Terrence is saying he was drunk.
He's a drunk. Which one, Steve-O?
Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to say no because that would constitute a second phone call. So fuck that.
Well, I'll give him. That's one vote for Steve-O. We got one vote for Todd. Sounds like we have one vote for Casey. Who are you voting for, Jip?
I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote.
Do it in song, please.
Who is everybody again?
Casey
was the first one.
Riggs, Todd, Two in the Stew, Steve-O.
I'd say Todd, B.
All right.
Yeah.
Doc?
No, I can't go for Todd yet because he had to think about how pissed off his wife was instead of just saying fuck it. So
I see.
How is Doc still married?
Yeah.
I it's between Casey and Steve-O.
Okay. Cast your vote.
I'm going Steve-O.
All right. Steve-O. All right. We have a Beaver. We have a tie. Of course, you have 2 votes. Steve-O has 2, and Todd has 2. Casey has 1. If you were to submit both your votes for Casey, he would win. Otherwise, you see where else we're at.
Well, I feel like Riggs was very drunk.
Oh, okay. So, are both of your votes going to Riggs? Because you're going to fuck me over if you do that. Then we're going to have a 3-way tie.
Amazing if I did that. One of them is certainly going to Riggs.
Okay.
I'm going to fuck you over anyway because my other vote was going to go for Casey.
Can you just give them both to Casey then?
No.
That's why she has.
Then
2
we
votes.
have a 3-way tie.
Yeah. Figure it out.
Fine. Both of my votes can go to Riggs.
Bevo's kind of a bitch.
You are. I'm going to play this song. I'm playing Bevo's big ass right now.
Please
She
don't.
made you do it.
I'll give them both to Casey.
All right, Casey, you are our drunk of the week. Todd, I'm sorry, bro. I tried for you. I know you're going to get in trouble, and now you don't even have a cool little plastic medal to show for it. That's unfortunate.
It's metal?
That's
I
unfortunate.
got a broken
Oh, yeah, they
scooter.
are real metal, aren't they? Yeah. Congratulations, Casey, up in Folsom. You are our drunk of the week. Okay, we're off. This is painful for me to say at this point. We're off for the next 2 weeks. Wait a minute, we're not off. We're not
reconfiguring
present. Yeah, I don't know how they want me to market it. It's our last week of this month, which is our off week, and then the first week of next month is also our off week, and then you'll have 3 shows in the row, like always, and that's just how it's working. We got a lot of projects going on. You can expect to see some cool things even in our absence. So there you have it. We're off next week and the week after. Enjoy yourselves. You know what? You know what you should do next week? You should spend a little time with your family.
It is Easter.
Talking to me?
A little family time. No, I'm talking to the listener.
I don't have a family.
Yeah. I would never say that to you.
No.
Talking to the listeners.
You don't hate me enough.
Do a little family time and
spend time with Terrence's family.
Don't be
Shit.
Don't be mad that we're not around.
Well,
we're trying to help you.
Chat's blowing up.
Because we're off for 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they're off for 2 weeks.
Don't we have a song about this?
It's the session, and I listen, and I don't hear the love no more, and I don't hear all the homebrew stuff,
and I don't hear what I want. That's the best line.
Casters don't care
right.
about me and my homebrew beer.
Man, he does that so well.
Don't call me cry baby.
Right.
Like they did.
So, have you seen a picture of Sugar Valley, by the way?
I don't remember.
Someone threw it in the chat.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, I'll show it to you.
Is he in there?
Yeah. No, he's not in there, but, you know, people like to Facebook stalk.
Right. Is he a big mess?
He has a hot little daughter, though.
She's in the pictures, yeah? Oh, he's not a big mess.
He's pretty large, dude.
Yeah, he's all right. Oh, he does. His daughter is hot.
Yeah, right.
I like the tie.
It's a nice tie.
You know, he's
This computer's really.
He is not what I expected. Not size wise, but he looks very like proper. Like
I expected long hair and a long beard.
Yeah, I expected him to be sort of more gritty, I think. He looks like a professional. Yeah. Which might make the whole thing even creepier.
He looks like a manager at Walmart.
Which might make it even creepier. Exactly.
He looks like a creeper.
But he's a great songwriter. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Prolific. I still, Sugar Valley, if you're listening, I still need to email you back about that collab, dude.
And the brewcasters take their days off, lounging around in their luxury, smoking cigars, drinking beer, while the army is suffering. They make.
Uh-oh. This one's a classic.
Is this the big ass?
No. The original.
I hate this song too.
How could you hate this song? It's such a delicate tribute.
No, it's not.
It's tender.
Yeah. It's such a tender tribute to you.
It's tender, just like
down there.
I do not get paid enough to put up with this.
Yes, that's why I didn't play Bevo's Big Ass.
You get paid just enough.
Is it really called Bevo's Big Ass? Because I will cut some bitches.
No, it's actually called Delicate Flower.
Which would be much worse. You realize he loves you, though. Like it's the sincerest form of flattery.
It's a good fun.
Kind of like, inmates do.
I had a baby, got fat, and now he's making songs about it.
I think you have that in the wrong order.
He's inspired by you.
I wasn't fat before.
She was big boned. No kidding. I'm kidding. You weren't fat or big boned before, Bevo. Nor are you now. You're everything's fine now.
You were just mildly proportioned.
We could always dig up those old pictures.
The song talks about the old their old photos, like Bevo on the stripper pole and stuff. It has some references.
Which, by the way, someone emailed me or messaged me or did something to me. They have the second part of the holiday show, and they want to know if you want to post it.
No.
Yes, that's kind of what I was thinking.
No.
It was a one-time deal. If you were lucky enough to have it, there you go. Otherwise, let's let
it die.
Let's let sleeping cows die or whatever. That's not what.
I'm done. Goodbye. We are so done.
That's not what I meant.
I will not be back in 2 weeks.
Oh,
you better call Susie.
I apologize. It's not what I meant. That came out wrong.
Right. If you ever want to, it's someone who has not had a child yet, but still has friction burns. It's a weird. Don't worry about it.
All right. What? I don't know either.
Because you big thighs.
Whose thighs?
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to be funny on the radio.
All right, you're doing a good job.
Fuck you.
And we'll see you in a couple weeks. JP,
you.
take us out of here, will you?
I'm not ready yet. I'm ready now.
All right.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. If you're in Australia, for whatever reason, enter the ESB competition. The entry window is May 25th. Judging is June 1st. For more information, visit esbcomp.wordpress.com. Follow JP on Twitter at MajorJip so he doesn't have to add you as a friend on Facebook and then hide you. Scott is on Twitter when he feels like it. Follow him at Moscow Paints. For some good beer insight and homebrew information, follow Nate Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest BN merch, including the new Beersmith 2 software and our new Pale Ale DVD. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter.
JP's an asshole. Justin's in Moscow and